Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic signal in a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
What is up? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news such as scheduling for the channel and for the Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League via the Yahoo Sports app. If you want to get your hands on an intro like you see on the screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. She is fair priced, she is very patient, and awesome to work with. She does videos, panels, and other things of that nature if you're a content creator. So go check her out, Lindara Ty on Instagram. Alrighty. Welcome on in, welcome on in, welcome on in. Ladies and gents, we have reached the final week of the NFL season. Week 18. Your final game to watch the Carolina Panthers. And, you know, it's been a wild ride this year. It really has. But I think the time has finally come to put this season in the books. And it's the final chapter of this season. Comes a lot of frustrations, happiness, joy, at times, a lot of anger, all the emotions that you could possibly feel on the spectrum, really. We felt them as Panthers fans this year. And, I mean, to me, in a way, that's a great thing. Because if we're starting to feel joy and elation and hope again, you know, and happiness, that means we're doing something right. And this franchise has finally started to get back on the right path. We're finally starting to do the right things. And I gotta say, it is a relief and a joy to be able to tell you that we are finally heading in the right direction. Yeah, we did get 4 wins, but if you pay attention to the entire month of November, that is where we started to make real, actual progress. You started to see it. You know, not just hear me talk about it, actually see it. And this is what I wanted people to understand. You know, we've been through a lot through this season. A lot of frustrations. A lot of people are angry because certain things are not being done right. You know. But I'm here to tell you, there is hope. Ladies and gentlemen, there is hope for the Carolina Panthers. And I'm going to start with the fact that we are not the number 1 pick 1 anymore. That is the New England Patriots. And they will remain so. We're not even in the top 3 in picks this year. That is progress. I want you to understand. That's better than what we did last year. That's the start to hope, ladies and gentlemen. I know it looks grim right now. I know that the record win-loss doesn't show progress. But if that's all you're measuring it by, then we can't have a proper conversation about the Carolina Panthers' progress. Because there is a lot more to it than that. And it comes in the form of mechanics, footwork, hands, technique, discipline. And you saw all 5 of those things at work in November, when we came within 7 points of 3 playoff contenders, being KC, the Eagles, and Tampa Bay. 3 major contenders right now in the playoffs. That's not a fluke, ladies and gentlemen. We showed consistency during the entire month of November. We came back and we actually beat the Saints after losing to them the first time. Showing that we are not just a one-trick pony. We are not reverting back We are not going backwards. We actually have that talent, and that is really who we are. The team that beat the Saints, the team that played KC, the team that beat the Eagles, the team that went to overtime with Tampa Bay. How many times have you seen us go to overtime with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in our franchise history? It's rare. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, that's real progress. You're seeing it in the stats. You're seeing it in the numbers, as I predicted you would. I said that at the beginning of the year. I said you may not see it on the scoreboard, you may not see it in the win-loss column, but you will see progress in these stats. And as we go back through the stats, and I'll be doing an end-of-the-year stream, this coming week. It won't be Monday because Monday is going to be mock draft Monday, but it'll be after Monday. I will be doing a stream, and I will be talking about the state of the Carolina Panthers as of 2025, going into the 2025 offseason. What we need, what we don't have, what we need to be moving, what needs to happen. The entire roadmap. I'll be discussing it. I need to get with my team. We need to get a game plan going as far as what we're going to do, as far as bullet point conversation topics on that. And I'm just going to go straight through them, you know, and I'm going to relay to you exactly what I see and what I think needs to happen. You know, my suggestions for the team, whether they take them or not, is up to them. Again, it's not my team. I'm just a fan behind a camera and a mic. It is up to them to decide what they wish to do with their franchise. But in the interest and love of this franchise, I try to offer the best possible advice I can give, you know, and the best possible viewpoint based on what I see and what I've observed. So, what they do with that info is up to them. You can use it or ignore it. You know, ignore the parts that you don't want, pick it apart. That's your choice, you know, but be wary that every decision you make, Carolina Panthers management, is vitally important to the success of this franchise in the next 3 to 4 years. So, before you make any moves, I want you to consider that anything that we do needs to be put under a humongous microscope. Because a lot of these moves will determine your jobs, Dave and Dan. You know, so be aware of that. Tepper is being patient with you, and he sees the vision. He understands what you're trying to do, and he's seeing the progress. So, keep showing him that progress. You know, continue down that road. Because we're doing the right things. And I'm very pleased that we are on that path right now. You know, because once we fill in these gaps, once we filter out the players that don't need to be here and replace them with players that should be here, let's filter out the schemes that shouldn't be here, filter in the scheme that should be here. You know, when it comes to Ajaro, I believe it is part of our issues right now. But we'll get to that. You know, the point is, we're getting there. Okay? One step at a time, we're getting there. Be patient. I'm asking everybody to be patient. This is a work in progress. You know, it's not going to be completed in just 1 year. I've said that many times. you're going to need to keep improving, continue to improve, continue to replace and improve. The key is keep the focus on improvement. And if we can manage to do that, then we're keeping our goals in the direction that we want them to go. So, with that being said, every decision we make can and will be used against us if we cut, trade, or move any players. It's been done several times over, and it will continue to happen. So we have to be careful with every single move we make. Especially good players that we decide to toss because of budget. Which there should be no reason to do that at this point. Being that we have a lot of money coming in. I don't know what the NFL cap is going to be. We'll find out. But I think that while we continue on this path, that's a major factor to consider. And once these moves are made, you can't go back. Think of it like a chessboard. You can't go backwards. You can only go forwards. And you're playing chess with 31 other teams. You're playing with chess with 31 other GMs and head coaches. And if you don't make the right moves, you're going to fall behind. It's just that simple. We've had several players in our past history that have come back to bite us because we made the wrong moves. Because we let them go for reasons that we probably shouldn't have. So I want you to learn from our history on that and understand the gravity of each decision that you're making, Panthers management. Because it is that vitally important. Seriously. Even a kicker can come back to bite us. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a kicker can come back to kick us in the butt and cost us a game. You never know. I.e. Graham Gano. He almost cost us. How about Joey Sly? I mean, we really need to be careful about every move. Steve Smith came back to bite us at one point. DJ Moore, who we just traded, came back to bite us. CMC came back to bite us. And Brian Burns is going to be the next one. I'm asking you, Panthers management, please be smart in your decision-making process. Think before you make a move, please. I'm begging you. Because at this point, this is the vital offseason where we have to get it right. Otherwise, it's going to start costing people jobs. And we need a winning season next year. And I'm not talking about a 500 season where we go 8-8. I'm talking 9-win season or above. That's what needs to happen. And I'm convinced that with the free agent money that we have and the draft picks that we have and the understanding of exactly where we have needs to be filled and where to get those players, and how to get those players, We can have a winning season next year. It is possible. No, I'm not going to put a number on it because it is way too soon for that. Ask me after training camp what that number should be. It's way too soon for that. That'll be in July. For now, focus on every move that you're making and make sure that you fill the needs that need to be filled. Upgrade the positions that we need to be upgraded. And filter out the players that need to be filtered. Because you can have a few slip-ups this year, but they cannot be major ones. Please understand that. Everything that is the starting 11 on both sides of the ball needs to be correct in this offseason. Then we start building depth in year 3. And if we can start on that process early, I'm here for it. We already have some solid positions already. So, the main focus now is just stay on course. Let's evaluate the last of these players. Let's figure out who they are, what they can do. And then we'll decide what we want to do with those players at the end of the road. I trust our scouts. I trust Dan and Dave. I trust their vision. I trust their plan right now. Because me and these two gentlemen are on the same page right now. And when we are on the same page, a lot of good things happen. Because the last time I was on the same page with a GM and a head coach at the same time was Ron Rivera back in 2014. And a lot of good things came out of that. So I want you to be very aware of the fact that if you don't stay on course, it's going to look a lot like the first half of the year. I'm just warning you right now. It will look like the Dallas game where we backtracked. I'm asking you to stay on course. Be patient with this plan. Mr. Tapper, I'm talking to you. Please be patient. We know what we're doing now. We know how we want to accomplish it. And Dave will present a plan for you. So will Dan. Do not ignore that plan. Listen to it. Hear him out. Because this plan will get us where we want to go. We are following the formula of the Detroit Lions. And look where the Detroit Lions are right now. That's our end game. And the Lions right now are trying for a Super Bowl trophy. Wouldn't you like to be there? Then stay the course. It's that simple. You know? I understand we only had 4 wins this year. I get it. I'm not thrilled with it either. But what I saw this year was progress. Real progress. And I'm satisfied with that. Because that progress, when you build on it, will snowball into a winning season. And that winning season will eventually turn into playoffs. Those playoffs will turn into a conference championship appearance. That conference championship appearance will turn into an NFC championship win and a Super Bowl appearance. You get the point. It's a step ladder process. It's going to take time. It took the Lions time. It took them 3 to 4 years to finally realize that dream. with everybody on the same page and doing things correctly in order to get there. So I'm asking you, Panthers management, Mr. Tepper, Mr. and Mrs. Tepper, I'm asking you, stay the course. We can get there. It is possible. I have hope. For the first time in November, for the first time in years, as a Panthers fan, I finally felt hope again. And I'm asking you not to take that away from us. I'm begging you as a Panthers fan, do not take that away from us. Stay the course. Now, what does stay the course look like? We have two options tomorrow for game day. Those two options are, number one, we could win. We could get up to 5 wins. We could make a humongous statement to the league. And we could say, yeah, we have fulfilled our quota. The management is staying. Everybody is staying. This is possible. We are going to continue to do what we do. Into this offseason. Understanding our weaknesses. Understanding what we need to fix. And we're going to fix it. But it puts us at 8th draft spot. And that puts a lot of teams in our way. That could potentially keep us from getting what we need. Excuse me. That list includes the Tennessee Titans, who are unpredictable as far as what their pick is going to be. The Las Vegas Raiders, who are trying for Shedeur Sanders. That could look like the Cleveland Browns. That could also look like the very, very most dangerous Jacksonville Jaguars. Along with the Jets. So I'm asking you, is it worth it to try to get this win right now? And get that revenge game on the Falcons. If you can possibly do it. If it's possible. Or would you rather play Carolina Panthers football for 4 whole quarters to the best of our ability and fall short by 7 points again? Playing like you did against Tampa Bay. Playing like you did against Philadelphia. And against KC. But falling short. And accepting our draft pick at number 4. That means we have full control of the defensive board. Ladies and gentlemen, full command of any defensive player we wish to draft in the first round. Minus whoever Cleveland gets. Now that to me sounds like something we can really, really work with. And I'm trying to tell you right now, with the names on that board that are sitting up there in the top 5 right now defensively, this could be a disgustingly good pick with Dan in charge. Now, I'm satisfied with whatever we pick at 8. But I want to be more than satisfied. I want to be overjoyed at what we pick at 4. That's just my opinion. A lot of Panthers fans want to win because all they care about is wins and losses. And that's understandable. I completely understand your logic. You play to win the game. I get it. But is it worth it to get a revenge game against the Falcons? Think about that very, very carefully. Consider it very carefully. Now, if you're going to choose option 2, that means we're going to be playing a lot of players that we normally would not play in order to get full evaluations on them and boost their draft stock, boost their value. So if we are able to do that, I feel like we will have a better understanding of what to do with these players. Come free agency, come the draft, we'll have complete understanding of what we want to do. The staff will have completed their evaluations and will know exactly what we want to upgrade or leave it alone. Now I want to stress the part, leave it alone, if it's working. If it isn't working, we need to upgrade. It's as simple as that. Now, I pointed out what we need to fix several times over this year. I'll be happy to do it again in that State of the Panthers stream that I put out this coming week after Mock Draft Monday. And you'll know exactly what we need to do. Now, I'm not going to recommend players, but I'm going to tell you exactly what we need to fix. Because I don't want the other 31 team scouts getting a hold of this information before we can act on it as a whole franchise and as a whole team. You know what I mean? I want us prioritized. If we're going after a certain player, I don't want that leaking out. If we are going and looking for a specific position, I don't want that leaking out early. Mr. OC right now, I'm talking to you. Keep your trap shut this year. You almost got us in trouble last year and ruined half our draft. You big dummy. There's a reason why you don't have a mic and a camera in front of your face. But that's besides the point. I don't want any leaks this year from anybody, especially him. So now, keeping that in mind, now we're going to look at this Falcons game. We're going to determine what or if we need to do anything in this Falcons game. I'm looking for us to play 4 quarters of Panthers football, whether we fall short, or whether we win. But I want 4 whole quarters of Panthers football regardless. Not cardiac cat football, Panthers football. That means get it right. That means let's not go the other direction again. And start making stupid mistakes again, like we did in the Dallas game. That means get it right. 4 whole quarters of Carolina Panthers football. I want us to finish on a positive note. I want us to show everybody and make a statement that yes, we can play Carolina Panthers football to our standards, to the way we play ball. To the way we showed people how we play ball in November. Whatever that might look like against the Falcons is what it's going to look like. I get it. With depth pieces in, I get it. We're not going to see, Superman out there playing defense. I get it. We're not going to go up for like 6 or 7 footballs, up in the air, risking our bodies, if you're a wide receiver. I get it, okay? The point is, keep your health and do what you can. We need to keep as many of these players healthy as we possibly can. That way we have full evaluations and we can actually move players without them being on the IR. So as many healthy players as we can move at the end of the year, I'm down for it. Whatever we have options to do, that we wish to do. No, I'm not saying that's we have to move a certain number of players or any of that. It's whatever we feel is necessary. Some of these players need to be re-signed. Some of these players need to be further evaluated in training camp. And we'll decide at that point, what we wish to do with some of them. And that's understandable. So you might see a few players slip through the cracks that we still need to look at, in training camp. Just to make sure. We want them on our 53. We want them on our practice squad. We want to toss them. Whatever we wish to do. But for the most part, you're going to see a lot of depth pieces moving into this Atlanta game to be evaluated. And I don't know which ones they're still evaluating, but I can tell you which ones I'm still looking at. Now, I'm not going to say those names because I'm still evaluating. I'll tell you what those names are once we do the State of the Panthers stream. But right now, I want those players not to know that I'm looking at them. But I also want them to know that I am watching to see what happens with these players. That way, I get an accurate idea of what they're doing or not doing. Just do what you do. Be at ease. Do what you do. As they say in the Army, as you were. And we'll see what you do. But, I have a few players that I think need to be looked at, but that's just me. But I'm finishing up my evaluations as well. And we'll go position by position on that stream, and I'll tell you which ones I'm looking at, which ones that I was looking at all year, during certain parts of the year, and stuff like that. You'll get the full rundown. But point is, stay on course. That's bottom line. Stay on course. So there's still a couple of games that we're going to be paying attention to outside of our own on Sunday, which is going to be the Titans game and the Jaguars game. So if both of those teams win, we're sitting at number 4 overall. Period. Point blank, period. I think if we drop this Atlanta game. Regardless. That's a guaranteed top 5 spot. And we can do a lot with that. With Dan. A monstrous amount, really. Because if you paid attention to the last offseason we just had, and that was while we were short on money. This man figured out a way to manufacture draft picks, man. And I'm like, wow. That was some mastermind stuff right there. Imagine what he could do with 9 picks and a top 5 choice throughout this next draft. Now you're about to see some some wizard stuff, man. You're about to see some Dumbledore magic up in here. That's what you're about to see. That's what I'm expecting anyway with that free agent cap. So, there is a way we could move up to 3, but I don't see it happening. The Giants could beat the Eagles, the Browns could have beaten the Ravens, but they didn't. I mean, the Ravens were going to win that game anyway. And if you're paying attention to the Philadelphia Eagles right now, it would not matter how many depth pieces the Eagles put in, they're still going to beat the Giants. So I don't see us moving up the ladder at all at this point. What could happen is the Titans beating the Texans. There's a chance. I'm not saying it's locked in or anything like that. I'm saying there's a chance. And all we need is hope. You know what I'm saying? All we need is a little bit of hope. And the Jaguars could beat Anthony Richardson and the Colts. That is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, any given Sunday. And right now, we need any given Sunday to be this Sunday in order to secure a number 4 spot if we lose to the Falcons. So, every bit of what I'm telling you is very, very possible. As of currently, the Jets are number 4. So the Jets are now involved in this as well. They have four wins. They're officially 4-13 overall. What if I was to tell you that if the Jets were to beat the Dolphins this Sunday, we could lock in number 4 with a loss to the Falcons? Assuming we're not dealing with the Titans and Jags anymore. Now, if the Texans beat the Titans, Titans are ahead of us at number 2, officially. Then you factor in the Jaguars, which would be there at number 5. So, we need those 2 games, especially the Jaguars one to happen. So, I recommend heavily that Panthers fans become Jaguars fans temporarily this Sunday. Because the Jaguars are highly susceptible to stealing a defensive pick from us. As they are going to be a pick above us at 5. If they lose to the Indianapolis Colts. I highly recommend it. I know that's going to drive some Panthers fans crazy. You know, they only like rooting for one team. I get it. I'm not mad at you for it. I respect it. Hey, bonus points if you're loyal to just one team. I get it. But there are times when it is necessary to become a bandwagon team temporarily. Even just for 1 week, if it helps us out. You know what I mean? So, I get it. If people don't want to do it, that's fine. But we've been in certain situations where we've tried to secure a wild card spot where we've had to become bandwagon fans. You know? And we've said, okay, we need this team to lose, we need this team to lose, we need this team to lose in order for us to get in. You know? with that last wild card spot. That has happened a couple of times before. So what I'm saying is, this is one of those times where we need to become bandwagon fans in order to get where we want to go on that draft order. Should we do our part and not get the win in Atlanta? Which we have terrible luck in the Dome anyway. Let's be honest. We have horrendous luck in the Dome. As a matter of fact, let me look up the overall record. All-time record. Yeah. Atlanta currently leads the all-time series over the Carolina Panthers 37-22. Despite having such a drastic all-time lead, this has been a back-and-forth series over the past few seasons, as each team has split the season's series in every year since 2019. That is on Google right now. You can read that. That is off the Falcoholics website. Which, that's a funny name for their site, but okay. In Atlanta. That's what I want. All-time series versus the Falcons in Atlanta. We are currently 0-4 in overtime against Atlanta. All time. We are 14-15 at home and 8-22 on the road. That should tell you all you need to know right there. That's the record I was looking for. 8-22 when we go into the Falcons Dome in Atlanta. This is when it was the Georgia Dome. This is when you now have the Mercedes Dome now. And we're still having horrible luck in Atlanta. We've lost the last 2 games in Atlanta. In 22 and 23. Last year, it was 24-10. We got absolutely slaughtered. In 22, we lost in overtime 37-34. So, granted, the last time we won in Atlanta was 2020. I want people to understand that. Actually, 2021. 2021. We won in 2020 as well. But during the Ron Rivera era, we lost. We lost several times during the Ron Rivera era. In 15. That was the one that cost us the perfect record. 16, 17, 18, and 19. We lost all of those games in Atlanta. That's all 5 of those were during the Ron Rivera era, where we had all of that talent. We had Thomas Davis. We had Luke Kuechly. We had all these defensive players. I want people to understand that. This is a Falcons team that is very resilient, and they are very angry at the fact that they did not make the playoffs. So, I'm expecting a slaughter this year. I hate to tell you this, but I expect a slaughter. Unless they put in a lot of subs and they're doing exactly what we're doing, which is evaluating players. So, with that in mind, let me get to a comment and then we'll start looking at the depth chart. A Fizzle Production, shout out to you. He says, please beat the Falcons. I hate them with a passion. And I feel like a lot of Panthers fans feel that way. You know what I mean? And I can't say I blame you. You know, I don't have any love for the Falcons. I don't have any real hate for the Falcons, but, you know, they are a division rival. At the end of the day, they are a division rival. We have played them before several times, and their players do tend to get a little nasty. You know, Steve Smith got into it with a bunch of their players a few times. You know, we've had how many fights with these guys, man? And Saints players too, you know. So, it's not unusual to see that. You know, they're a feisty bunch. But again, consider, do we really need to win this game? We've already proven our point. We are not a doormat for the league. You know, we're not number one pick one anymore. You know, we're not the joke of the league. We're not the worst team in 4 different sports anymore. We're not this, that, and the third anymore. You know what I mean? We're starting to finally grow a spine and a backbone a little bit, you know, during the months of November and early December. So, you know, this is not that same team anymore. We've started to settle in, we started to get things moving, and started to make progress. Real, actual progress. To where it showed obvious, glaring openings of where we need to fix this team. It showed us exactly where. You know, without question, where those problems were. So, the only one that's really still in doubt is Evero Ajaro versus, you know, are the players in the correct positions that they're supposed to be in to make plays. There's arguments to be made both ways. It's theories right now. Nobody can really prove anything, you know, until the management decides to go back through the tapes and sees exactly what we're seeing. You know what I mean? On either side of the argument. So, if they see it and they decide to react to it, one of these sides of people are going to be happy, one of these sides is not. And vice versa. So, I mean, you're either going to make a group of people in this fan base happy and piss off the other half, or you're going to make the other group happy and piss off the other half. I mean, there's just no in between with this fan base. There really isn't. It's been that way for several years now, which I'm not surprised about. Because, unfortunately, that's who we are. We've always been a fair weather fan base. And a very frustrated fair weather fan base. And it feels like politics whenever we debate stuff, you know, in a frustrating year. I'm just being honest. I'm keeping it real with you. That's always how it's been. But, yeah, let's get some of this stuff on screen. Let's start talking about the depth chart a little bit. You'll get used to me yawning. I do that a lot. Whether I've gotten enough sleep or not. I'm just like that. I'm a busy man. But, let's see. Screen capture. Let's do this. Let's check out that depth chart. Alrighty. What do we got here? What's changed? First of all, injury report. Let's take a look at the injury report, and then we'll go into the depth chart. Holy bananas, that's a long list. All right, here we go. Lorenzo Carter with an oblique injury. Full practice on Friday, but limited throughout the week. No status. I'm gonna be real with you. I think he might get some playing time. I've been monitoring Lorenzo Carter all year, so I honestly think he will play. D. Alford, the corner, groin injury, limited throughout Wednesday and Thursday, full practice on Friday, no designation. I think it'll be limited snaps for D. Alford. You know, they just want to settle him back in and also get some depth snaps as well for their backup corners. So, you may not see him out there for the entire game. We'll see. Depends on where he is on the depth chart, actually. Yeah, because we got AJ Terrell out there. You got Mike Hughes. So considering Mike Hughes, he's been in the league for 7 years now, 46 tackles. But you don't see any forced fumbles, no sacks, no interceptions. Let's see pass deflections. That's the next category I look at when it comes to corners. He's got a few pass deflections. He had 2 against the Giants, 1 against the Raiders, 1 against the Seahawks, 1 against the Chiefs, 1 against the Eagles. Okay, so this dude does get pass. Excuse me. He does get pass deflections. He's got 27 for his career. 6 so far this year. The last time he got 6 was with Kansas City. Back in 21, he had 9 with the Vikings in 2019. He's got 7 forced fumbles overall. He has none this year. So I don't think the Falcons are making that a focus for him. They more so want him to just focus on run stopping and tackling. This is what it looks like by the numbers here. As evidenced by the combined tackle number, you know, and solo tackling that he has. So be aware this dude is a solo tackler. So if you see him out there, 195 out of 264. But the biggest danger is those pass deflections. And he's been doing it legally too. So I think that's the focus there for him. But that 46 tackles, the reason he doesn't have more than 46 is because he did not start out most of these games. You know, during weeks 11 through 14, you saw his counterpart, Clark Phillips, out there. Yeah, 11 through 14. So he was out there in a nickelback scenario. So that means we go back into the injury report. D. Alford should be getting the rest of these snaps. Yeah, and there it is. 52 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. And this dude's been in like all year. So the Broncos game was the only game that seemed to be the anomaly at left corner there. To where you saw the third string corner, the nickel corner, come in and make most of those tackles. Otherwise, it's mostly been D. Alford, getting at least one pass deflection per game. And he did get a forced fumble against the Raiders, but that's not really what he does. So, I mean, if you see him out there, pass deflections are a concern with 10. He doesn't sack people very often, if at all. That's not his focus. It's more so, again, run stopping. So 92 solo tackles out of 142. That's realistically what he does. He's a run stopper. And I've noticed that when I've watched him for the past 3 years as well. That's really what he does. I've never heard of that college before, Tusculum College. Does anybody in chat know where that is? Because I've never heard of it before. That's a new one for me. 5'11", 180 pounds, though. He does have a sack, though. So I don't know when they decided to put him in a sack capacity, as far as a free blitzer, but they decided to do that at some point. But you probably won't see him play, considering he's been nursing that groin injury for quite a bit now. You got J.D. Bertrand with an eye injury. He's questionable. You probably won't see him. Matthew Bergon, offensive lineman, hand injury, limited full practice. No designation. I'm not sure what's going to happen with him. Honestly, with offensive linemen, it's hard to tell. Maybe they might rest him. Maybe they won't in Week 18. It's hard to say. It depends on how vital they are. In matchups. A lot of it is matchups. David Amanada. Shoulder, non-injury related rest. Did not participate in practice on Friday. I don't think you're going to see him. I'm going to be real with you. That shoulder injury may have limited him so much that I don't think you're going to see him. We got Kevin King, who has a concussion. Did not participate on Wednesday or Friday, and limited on Thursday, so you won't see him. Yeah. You're not going to see anybody with a concussion designation on Week 18. It's just not going to happen. Unless you're Luke Kuechly. You know what I mean? You're just not going to see it happen. You got to be extra, spectacular and very, very useful on the football field to where they think you can actually make a major, significant impact in an attempt to win in order for a player like that to be on the field in Week 18. I just don't see it. I do not see Kevin King playing on that field. He'll dress out, though. I'm pretty sure he will. So you'll see him on the sideline, but you won't see him in the field. Drake London, knee injury, full practice on Friday, limited on Thursday, no designation on Wednesday. This is an interesting one for me because this is weird where you don't see any practice designations on Wednesday for the rest of these guys. That makes no sense to me. How do you not have a practice designation? That's weird. And then you got a few on Thursday as well. Is it reps, for people that are being evaluated? Are people taking those reps, or what's going on there? Because, I got questions about that. I mean, maybe somebody knows the answer, but I don't. So I guess we just go by Thursday and Friday, whatever that is, Drake London, I'm assuming he'll be ready to go. Darnell Mooney, shoulder injury, did not participate on Friday, questionable. Limited on Thursday. I'm going to say he doesn't play. Cadrell Hodge, ribs, full practice on Friday. He might be in. We'll see. Nate Landman, shoulder injury, same situation. Just a different injury. Ugh. No designation. Ugh. Good question. Some of these, we'll see. Shoulder injuries, when it comes to linebackers, is not easy to come back from. It takes a few weeks, at least. So, we'll see how this rolls. With Nate. I don't think he's a major contributing factor, but we shall see, though. Ross Dwelly, ankle injury, limited on Thursday, full practice on Friday. No designation. Depends on how they plan on using him, or how they were using him as a tight end. Ankle injury when you're a tight end, I don't know. Zach Harrison, Achilles injury. Full practice on Friday, limited on Thursday, no designation. He will most likely play, I think. Zach Harrison is a major part of that defense. So, last I checked, he was. Let me double check those numbers. Nope. Not this year. 4 solo tackles, 1 sack. Those are kind of quiet numbers this year from him. I'm a little surprised. Because last year, and this dude's only been in the league for 2 years now. So last year, you're talking about when he was used, you're looking at 3 sacks last year. So he was used in different capacities than you might expect. 17 solo tackles out of 57. 3 pass deflections. Honestly, 2 years in the league. He's still in a rookie deal, so he's going to have 1 more year to prove himself, and then the Falcons will be like, if you're still putting up these numbers in year 3, we're going to have a problem. You know what I mean? So, I stand corrected. He has not been a major factor. Jake Matthews has been there pretty much forever as a tackle. He's been in the league 11 years. 6'5", 310 pounds. He's 32 years old now. So, I mean, the longer they go with Jake Matthews, the harder it's going to get to pay this man, And I just don't see him staying in the league much longer. I don't see it. They're resting him, so it's limited practice reps. Caleb McGarry, limited. All right, so now this is where that extra reps from backups comes in. Because I don't know where that's going to stand as far as the newcomers for the Falcons offensive line. Because realistically, they've been getting a lot of these people off the free agent list. It's very rare when you see anybody really step up, that was drafted by the Falcons. Because the GMs haven't traditionally drafted offensive linemen. It's very, very rare. The one time they did, you saw the result of it in 2016. And, they fully invested in and fully committed their offensive line, to success in 2016. 2015 to 2016 offseason. Because they saw us do it. That's why. So they said, if they can do it, we can do it, Therefore, you saw a lot more success from Matt Ryan. His numbers jumped up. And they made the Super Bowl. And everybody knows the famous Falcons joke, so there you go. The 24-7 lead, right? There you go. That's what happens when you have a proper offensive line for a number of years. Consistently is success. And it can even just be for 1 year. Success. You saw how well protected Bryce was this year because we invested in the offensive line and we made the right decision. Absolutely the right decision, and I applaud them and I take my hat off to you. Management, you finally got serious and you said, oh, it was 28-6, my bad. Thank you, Chris. But my point is, we finally got serious. We finally got down to business. We said, I'm actually going to do this. I'm not just going to talk about it. I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to commit to that offensive line. And look at the results. The results speak for themselves. We finally started putting points on the board. These offensive problems started to solve themselves, gradually, but they did, one by one. Until you saw the results you saw in November. And that is what I wanted to point out to everybody. Keep on that path. Stay committed. Don't walk away from it. Don't revert. Stay on that path. I'm telling you, you will continue to see results if you stay on that path. And I love that Dan is committed to fixing this offensive line. I love it. But yeah, you're going to start to see backups start to come in. Week 18 for offensive line positions. So, Jake Matthews was the regular starter for a number of years. Caleb, I think, was a newer tackle. I'd have to double check where he is on that depth chart, but 5 years, 6'6", 330. Big guy. He was the right tackle. Okay, cool. I'm glad that they included that picture in there because I wouldn't have known which side he was on. Because they only say tackle. They don't say which side. Same with guards. That's always bothered me. Like, I need to know which side these guys play on predominantly. I realize some of these guys switch positions throughout the year. I get it. But what position are you starting out predominantly at the beginning of the year? That's what I want to know. How many reps do you normally get versus another position? Show me that. And then I'll understand where you're supposed to be playing at. What you're supposed to be doing, what that franchise wants that player to do, versus where they predominantly play. There's the case of Penei Sewell in that case, with the Lions. So, some of these guys come into the league as left tackles and are required to move over to right tackle. And I get it. I'm not thrilled with it, but I get it. If you have a need there, why don't you just draft a right tackle that can play left? See, that's the stuff that drives me nuts. Predominantly, what do you play? But I'm not going to get into that. That's a pet peeve of GMs that I see. But, apples to oranges kind of thing. Some people agree with it, some people don't. To each their own. And nobody's right or wrong on that. It's really a matter of, are you getting the success out of that you're looking for? By plugging those players in at the positions you want them in. Charlie Warner is a tight end. Limited practice on Friday. Again, depends on how they're using him. I don't know how they're using him. Brandon Doris, defensive tackle abdomen. That's an uncommon injury. I haven't seen that one in a while. Did not participate on Friday. Questionable. Probably won't see him. Grady Jarrett. Now that's a major name right there. Non-injury related rest. Did not participate on Friday. That probably means you're not going to see him. They're going to be putting a backup in. But Grady Jarrett is a major name right there. This guy's 10 years in the league, 31 years old, 6 foot even, 290 from Clemson. I'm very familiar with him. Because he was wreaking havoc in the ACC back in the day. Under Tommy Bowden's crew. This was before Dabo Swinney took over. Just before. And I do remember him. He was the last of that Tommy Bowden draft class. One of the last 2 years. 23 solo tackles, 2.5 sacks. I believe I met him too. And got his autograph, if I'm not mistaken. During Clemson Fan Day. But that was a while back. My goodness. That was a while back. I may not have. We'll see. But Grady Jarrett has always been a big impact sack guy. As you can tell by the numbers. He had 7.5 in 2019. 6 in 2022. But that's not really what they're using him for now. They want him more as a run stopper. Again, 231 solo tackles out of 494. So this dude looks like a run stopper to me. And a guy that can get you forced fumbles. However, it's unlikely. He doesn't have any this year. Again, that's not his focus. Back when it was Clemson, that was one of his major focuses, because Clemson was using him for that purpose, is trying to get him to create turnovers and sacks. So the Falcons kind of deviated away from that and just made him focus on run stopping, which he can do that too. So it all depends on how you choose to use some of these players. But he's not been participating, so he's not going to get used in this Week 18 matchup. Moving on to our Panthers injury-related people here. We have about 4 people registered as out officially right now. And that's Barno, J.C. Horn, Josie Jewell, and Lonnie Johnson. There was also DJ Wanham. No, it was DJ Johnson. That's who it was. DJ Johnson. That got into that car wreck. And thank God that he is still around to tell the tale of it. And hopefully he heals up quickly. And prayers up for DJ. For quick healing. Because that stuff's scary, man. I've seen so many people get in car wrecks in the past 2 to 3 years lately, man. That number has just gone up, and it's just terrifying. I'm just so scared of losing people, man, because of that. That's why you gotta contact people, every day that you care about, man, because you just never know. Because tomorrow could be a car crash at any time, you know what I mean? And you might lose somebody. They might end up in the hospital in a coma. They might have a concussion or something. You don't know. You literally don't know, man. It's terrifying. So, honestly, prayers for quick healing for that, man. Because concussions are not a joke, man. They're not fun. It says personal on there, but the report said concussion. They just haven't made it official. Before this injury report came out, I think. But there was an article. But yeah, going down this list, Barno's out with a shoulder injury. Didn't practice all week. J.C. Horn with a hip injury. Didn't practice at all. You got Josie Jewell with a concussion. Did not participate all week. Lonnie Johnson with a shoulder and neck injury. Did not participate all week. So, quick healing to these guys, man. Hopefully they are available, for us next year. But, much love to them, and thank you for your contributions this year. Consider we won't see him in another Panthers game. So, this year. But thank you for your contributions. We love all 4 of you, and best wishes on your healing campaign there. Let me get to a comment here. Game will be close. Defense improved. Michael Penix just runs around and a lot, and Bryce Young will put points on the board. Give me Carolina +8. So you're taking the +8. You're taking the +8. Interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Okay. We'll see how that plays out for you. Best of luck with that. Honestly, yeah, Penix just runs around when you pressure him, but how good is our pass rush? That's the problem. The last 2 weeks, our pass rush has been garbage. And that's mostly because we haven't had Clowney out there. But he's the reason that we're not dead last in pass rush. Because without Clowney out there, it's pretty close to dead last. We got no pressure on the last 2 opponents. Or next to none. So it's obvious when we don't have those players out there. Josie Jewell's a big one. You know, he applies a lot of pressure as well. But he's mostly a run stopper. When you have people like DJ Johnson rushing as well, that makes a difference. But Alshon Robinson's been the major contributor. And this dude's got a neck injury. He's listed as questionable. I don't think he's playing. Lonnie Johnson, shoulder and neck injury. I mean, you don't see Lonnie out there, so I mean, maybe we had an opportunity to see who he is, you know, had he not been nursing that shoulder and neck injury. But it is what it is. We got to go by what we have on him, I think, when we start making decisions as a franchise on him. Mike Jack, not related, injury related. He just needed rest. Full participant of Thursday and Friday. He will be good to go for this matchup against the Falcons. And I highly suggest you put him on the Falcons' number one receiver with help from the safety, Evero. Yes, sir, I'm talking to you. Get him some safety help. I've been preaching it every week, bro. Like, you can't just put him out there one-on-one with a number one wide receiver. 9 times out of 10, he's going to have trouble. He's going to get burnt by faster guys. You saw what happened with Mike Evans. You saw what happens when he doesn't have safety help. Help him out. Put a safety over there. And I'm not talking about just one-on-ones. Jordan Fuller versus the number one wide receiver, one-on-one man-to-man. I'm talking about actual corner help on that number one receiver and safety help. Keyword and. Not just one or the other. Not one separately. I want them both on these number one wide receivers. I'm sick and tired of this. Evero, like, you these matchups have been trash. These matchups have been pure trash. I don't know what you're doing, bro, but this ain't the 3-4. This ain't it. This has got to get better. Because everybody's got you on the hot seat, homie. And you keep doing this garbage, man. I'm telling you. You're not going to last much longer in Carolina. Because people have been having debates since week 3 on switching back to the 4-3, bro. Even before then, even. So, Mr. Ajaro, I need you to put proper matchups where they need to go. Please. Please. Pretty please. I'm tired of asking, Evero. For real. I'm tired of asking. At this point, I'm just going to hold you accountable. Like every week that you don't do it. Luckily, you got one more week. You got one more week to show everybody that you can put proper people on proper people. Because this is your job on the line, Mr. Ajaro. For real. These fans are not happy with you right now. Stop shooting yourselves in the foot. If you're going to have man-on-man coverage, get some safety help. And explain to Xavier Woods exactly what you want him to do. Don't have him looking around like he's in Narnia. Don't have him caught out there like a deer in headlights. Because this dude had no clue where he's supposed to go half the time. I've watched him. He's just out there, And this dude has studied the game tape too. He has studied the game plan. He doesn't just walk out there in a uniform and just go, No. The man knows what he's doing. He played for the Super Bowl Rams. Okay? Come on. Use him effectively, please. I'm getting tired of this. Like, Woods has talent, man. But when you watch him acting like a fool out there, man, it's just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, Mike Jack needs to be on the number one wide receiver with some safety help. We've got Alshon Robinson with a neck injury, questionable. You got limited practice on Friday, did not participate the whole week. Really? And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Alright, so DJ Wanham, linebacker, knee injury, did not participate on Wednesday, limited Thursday, full practice on Friday. You'll probably see DJ Wanham. He'll be back. Taylor Moton, knee, rest day, limited 2 days of the week, did not participate on Thursday. Questionable. I say he's done. I don't see him. Well, you might see him for limited reps. We might pull a Brady Christensen on him and just put Brady out there. Or Josh Neiman. More than likely Josh Neiman, because we need to understand who Josh Neiman is. Technically, I've seen enough of Josh to understand who he is, but if the management hasn't, fair enough. You know, I'm not going to get upset if they put him out there. You know, in week 18, I'm never going to be upset if the management feels like they need more evaluation from a player that's on our depth chart. You know? Especially if we're not in any type of contention or anything. You know? You'll never see any objection from me in week 18 for that. Miles Sanders, again, questionable. I think we're going to see some reps from him. We're going to try to get him in and try to boost whatever value he has left, you know, to boost. And then we'll make a decision at the end of the year what we're doing there. Because that injury he had, woof, boy. That was nasty. With that ankle injury. It was horrible. I don't know if y'all saw the play that it happened, but God. Dang. I'm just glad to see him actually participate in practices, man. Like that's a blessing in and of itself right now. Man was carted off and everything. I was like, shoot. I thought he was done for the year. I legit thought he was done for the year. I didn't think we would see him again. But yeah, full participation on Wednesday and Friday, which is very, very optimistic. I'm very happy to see that. We don't want to rush him out there, you know. If we feel in any way that like it would damage his market value, if we played him and risk another injury, then it's best to sit him, you know. But if there's any chance of him playing and he's not going to risk that market value and only improve his market value, and he's healthy enough to play, I say play him. You know, let's do it. You know, green light from me. If you got 2 full participations on Wednesday and Friday, you get the green light from me. But hey, I'm not management, so that's just my recommendation, you know, and my suggestion. Xavier Legette, wide receiver extraordinaire. Hip and wrist injury. We got a full participation on Wednesday. We got a limited on Thursday and Friday, questionable. honestly, have y'all seen enough of XL? What do you think? Should we play him or not? Do you think we need more evaluation on him or what? I mean, we're kind of stuck with him anyway because of the rookie contract, but you know, if you don't like him, and I mean, if you do like him, he's in a rookie contract. So, I mean, at this point, have you seen enough of XL? Do you think he still needs this last game to kind of reset his how he's looked at in Carolina? Or do you think we should just not risk it and just sit him? What do y'all think, chat? Let me know. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm 50-50 on that. Like, I'm not sure which one we want to do with Excel. You know? I like him. You know, I think with the jug machine, he could fix his catching problem. You know? Just have him go through an entire offseason of just jug machine exercises and just get him back on track. You know, because he does have hands. You know, he wouldn't be a number one. He wouldn't be a round one pick if he didn't have hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why we got him. So, if he just works with the jug machine, works with Bryce in the offseason, just do like some offseason regular workouts or whatever, you know, outside of the facility, and just get the chemistry going, you know what I mean? Rekindle that. And I think once you come out of the off season, you know, with all of that, you know, keep working on your body, you know, keep training up and just working with everybody and getting chemistry with everybody, you know, on that offense. XL, you know, I feel like you can make a comeback, man. I feel like you could get healthy and come back out there and do your thing, man. I could see it. What do y'all think? Let me know. You know, that's how I'm feeling right now. But I want to know how y'all feel about that. Nick Scott. Injury, illness. Full participant on Thursday and Friday. He'll probably play, which is a good thing for us because we need to take a look at Nick Scott and figure out, like, there's a few things that we need to look at him with at safety position. As far as special teams, I like him, you know, but safety position, I mean, he's doing good, but we got some questions, you know what I mean, with coverage. So let's take a look at him. Let's see what happens. But I like his tackling. His tackling, A-okay in my book. Because if you take a look at his numbers, like, they are really, really good. And I'll, let me see if he's on the, he's not on the depth chart. Let me see, roster. Let me see if he's in there. Because I want to take a look at him. At his numbers for this year. Where is he at? Where is he at? Where is he at? Next guy. Here we go. 15 solo tackles. Excuse me. 6 years in the league. I want stats on him completely. How has this dude been doing? Let me Google his stats real quick. Yeah, they're gonna have it on Pro Reference. That's what I want. Overall, we're looking at 6 years. He's started 31 games out of 90. He's had 3 11 pass deflections. He's had 2 forced fumbles. Fumble recovery. This is what I'm interested in. The solo tackles, 152 out of 244. 2 tackles for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. Okay. So, I mean, not too bad. Not too bad. Over the course of all those years. Let me see if I see any other patterns that really stand out to me. I like that 35 out of 57 when he was in Cincinnati. But he was one of the players that we got from the Rams that was initially a Ram. So we basically stole that entire safety depth area from the Rams. That was originally part of that Super Bowl Rams team. Interesting, right? Because if you think about it, we got Xavier Woods, we got Fuller as well. So, okay. Clowney, I've heard he is going to be back, most likely. And then there's DJ Johnson, which I had already previously talked about, that got in the car crash and has the concussion. You know, rest up, prayers up for you, and thank you for your contributions this year, DJ. We appreciate you, and we definitely love you, dude. But this is the end of the year for you, I think. I don't see him coming in. So, but we'll definitely see him next year. I definitely have that feeling because I like his numbers. I like who he is. I like what he brings to the table. You know, a lot of this linebacking class, that when we got this linebacking class, I had questions initially, you know, and I didn't know any of these guys. I didn't know DJ Wanham. I didn't know DJ Johnson. I didn't know who Josie Jewell was. You know, I didn't know a lot of these people. And I said, okay, let's give them a shot. Let's see what they are. Let's let them play the year out. Let's let them establish their own Panthers identity. You know, yeah, they have a player identity, but do they have a Panthers identity? You know, not yet. So we went throughout the year. I learned a lot about them. I found out who they are now, and I have been so impressed with Josie Jewell. I love Josie Jewell at this point. And I'm starting to really like DJ Johnson as well. I think there's a few other players that really stood out to me this year that have really gotten my attention. So, but I mean, we'll go over those when we go through the State of the Panthers stream next week, after Monday. I'm not sure what day or time I'm going to be doing that, so check the Facebook group page for that info. That way you know. Set your alerts, you know, for the YouTube channel so you know when that's going to happen. Because kind of the way I've been doing it is just like whenever I'm available, you know, and it's going to be in the evening times mostly, or at night, because I have a lot going on during the daytimes, off camera stuff, so that isn't Panthers related. So it just is what it is, and I try to fit in some of these game streams in here too, and try to cram those in when I can. But it just is what it is. We're not going to stop Panthers related content, after this Falcons game. There's going to be more. I've got an off-season stream schedule that I'm setting up, currently for you guys. It'll be like a 6-stream series or something like that. So it's in the works. I'm gonna talk to my team about it. We're gonna get that set up. We're gonna do that. So should be a lot of fun. I always make sure that there's Panthers related content on the channel even during the dead months. And we're also going to be doing mock draft Mondays as well. So be looking out for those. Sometimes we'll have to move those to other days of the week. It is what it is. Sometimes Mondays get insanely crazy to where I have to do that. Certain things happen that are out of my control that have nothing to do with the stream at all. So that does happen. So if it does, again, set your alerts. Make sure you're aware of when those streams are going to happen, on the Facebook group page, because I'll usually announce those there. I don't use Twitter that often, so don't expect it on there. If you have questions, ask me on Instagram or through Facebook Messenger on the Facebook group page app. Well, not the app, but Facebook group page of Keep Pounding in all caps. You'll find my profile pretty easily. I post stuff a lot of the times, during those dead months. You'll see a lot of Panthers related posts early. And if I see something in free agency, I'll post it. If I see something related to the draft, I'll post it. You'll see me around. My name's Corey on there, so if you're looking for me, you'll know where to look. And if you don't, ask my mod, and he'll direct you to me, or tag me. And I'll usually see it. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends on what I'm doing. But a surefire way to get a hold of me is getting into these game chats and mock draft Monday chats. For sure. Instagram, I do respond as well. For those that need my social info, there it is. Shadow Warrior 645 with 1 W. That way you can get a hold of me there. And of course, the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps. So there you go. Screenshot that if you guys want to. I'll leave it up for a few more seconds for you guys to do that. But overall, I see that this Falcons team is going to be a very fierce team. They always are. They're always a very angry team, and they come out as full steam. In particular, this game, because they're pissed off because they didn't make the playoffs. So, like I said, this is going to be a very angry Falcons team. I don't know. They may blow us up for 14-point leads throughout this game. And if that happens, don't be surprised. And if that's it, that's if we're playing cardiac cat football, which we have been the last 2 weeks. If we play Carolina Panthers football, however, this could come down to the 8 points, as listed by Vegas. And honestly, I'm going to say under 8. I'm going to say under 8. I'm going to say within 7 points. If that should happen. We've had some very interesting contests with the Falcons when we put up, points and actually played like we're supposed to be playing. And it's been interesting in the way that you got a lot of playmakers that really made a big impact in those Falcons games against major Falcons contenders, that made the Pro Bowl and were major factors in Falcons wins, throughout the years. So, I mean, to me, what it's really going to come down to is, can our offense keep up? Can our defense adjust to certain situations? Are we using the correct matchups? Are we executing properly? Are we trying to actually play Panthers football? Essentially. I'm not expecting turnover creation. I'm not expecting major things out of this game. I am looking for the corners to start stepping up and try to get pass deflections if you get an opportunity to do so. At this point, screw the rest, because we've had enough trouble with pass interference flags this year anyway, so who cares? The refs are going to screw us one way or another. Why not? As long as it's not in major situations, why not? And the way I look at it is, there's a lot of situations with pass interference where it's really weird how they worded that in the NFL rulebook. There's no real defined parameters. Excuse me. Or specific parameters, given for pass interference. There's the basic bare bones of pass interference, but they need to expand on it. That's what I'm saying. Expand on it. Because there's a lot of pass interference situations I did not even think were pass interference situations that got flagged. Particularly by our players and by players that faced the Kansas City Chiefs this year in particular. So I'd like to see that looked at this offseason and seriously put under a microscope. Because that's not it. You know what I mean? And anytime the NFL gets involved in any of that kind of stuff, it never leads to good things. It's Roger Goodell running the whole doggone thing, and he has the power to put a stop to it and say, hey, look, guys, we need to start looking at the specifics of these rules. We need to make sure we get these right. We need to check these refs, make sure that they're not biased, make sure that they're not doing something stupid, or getting paid off, or this, that, and the third, you know what I mean? We need to look into this. But he chooses not to use that power, and I'm like, come on, Roger, what are you doing? You just got extended to a major contract, and you've done nothing but make the league worse in the time that you've been a commissioner. Yet you're buddy with everybody, and you're like, oh yeah, let's go to lunch with the people that were running the New England Patriots at the time, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. Let's have a lunch with these people. It's just because, oh yeah, they won a bunch of Super Bowls. Oh yeah, that's a great thing. It's it's not a good look, Roger. It's not a good look, bro. Despite what you think, it's not a good look. Because half the league despises you. I don't know if you noticed, Roger, but every time you step up to the podium during the NFL draft, everybody boos you. They're not booing you because they don't like you as a person. They're booing you because of your actions, bro. But anyway, it's Roger. What are you going to do? It's the NFL. All they care about is their bottom line. So at the end of the day, I'm just saying stuff that the Panthers management can't say because they're under contract. I can get away with it, guys. Oh, I bet you guys are salty about that, right? But anyway, some of them are just saying, thank you. You're finally saying what I couldn't say because I'm under contract. and they're just whispering under their breath, like, "Thank you, thank you." But anyway, especially the coaches, man. I can see them getting frustrated with that too. But team statistics, man, it's when you look at the team statistics, first downs versus our opponents' first downs, 90 out of 152. It's 90 rushing first downs versus our opponents 159. 159. I want that to sink in with everybody. That's a glaring weakness that we need to fix in this offseason. And it's going to continue to kick our butt in this game. As we go to the depth chart, let's see who they have at running back that is going to kill us this time. Bijan Robinson, is going to slaughter us. He's already got 1,286 yards and 12 touchdowns. And I mean, we have a bad history of letting average running backs just absolutely take us to the woodshed when it comes to run game and run defense. We are last in the league, dead last in run defense. I've explained why. Everybody knows why. It's because we have a defensive line full of people that cannot solo tackle. That's not their job. They cannot do that. That's not what they're designed to do. When they got jobs in the NFL, they're not able to physically do that. They're more balanced. Meaning we have the wrong personnel. You pick a player, any player on that D-line this year, none of them can solo tackle. Not a single one of them. You look at the whole 2015 defense, every single one of those people can solo tackle. That's your difference maker. I'm tired of explaining it. I've been hearing it from YouTuber after YouTuber after YouTuber. Oh, we can't stop the run. We can't stop the run. We can't stop the run. Okay, but you never thought to ask why we can't stop the run. You never went further with it. You never dug down to the roots of why we can't stop the run. Fully. You've asked questions, you scratched the surface, but you haven't dug deeper. And that's what I'm doing for you guys. I'm showing you guys. This is what's going to kill us. Is guys like this. Average running backs like this. This is what's been killing us all year. And you imagine, when you look at average running backs like this killing us, imagine what people like, say a certain running back, Saquon Barkley, is going to do to us. CMC is going to do to us if we ever play the 49ers again. People like that. And that's what happens when you don't fix the line and you don't have the correct personnel that are designed specifically to do exactly that. Stop the run. Get off blocks and stop the run. Not a single one of those defensive linemen can get off blocks and stop the run. You have to rely on linebacker help, which is why you see the linebackers getting the majority of these tackles on run stopping. Because guess what, folks? Wrong personnel. I'm tired of explaining it. If people don't get it by this point, they're not going to. They're not listening. But if you're new here, you're getting the explanation. And I have no problem explaining it to you guys again if you ask. I have zero problem with that. If you're new here, ask away. Anything you want. Even if I've repeated it like 20 times this year, please do. I'm happy to explain it again, in a live stream. In a live chat. Happy to do it. Or in VOD. But yeah, that's the reason. And again, I'll show you all those stats once again during the State of the Panthers live stream. We'll go through that in detail. And I mean fine comb detail. I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about in that situation, I'll show you certain clips of what I'm talking about as well from NFL Plus, because I do have this subscription for that. I can show you specific situations where this is happening. But I'll let you guys see it, while watching the Falcons game, because you'll get to see it live. But I'm very limited of what I can show you as far as like film study type stuff. So, because the last time I tried to do that, I got copyrighted, on YouTube. They shut down my stream for a little bit. So, that didn't work. I tried. I have honestly tried my best to make that work for you guys, and I can't do it. So, I sincerely apologize. That situation is out of my hands. It is what it is, but I would love to show you some of this stuff, because some people are visual learners, and for those people that are, that's who I wanted to appeal to, and target specifically with that, so that you understand what I'm saying, in visual form, not just hearing me talk about it. Because anybody can hear somebody talking about something, if you're a visual learner, and if you can't picture it, you're like, I'm lost. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. And, it's the opposite with auditory. So. But Bijan Robinson is 2 years in the league, 5'11", 215 pounds, from Texas. And I gotta tell you, the dude is starting to find his rhythm in Atlanta. It's a great second year numbers. Great second year numbers. You're looking at about a touchdown a game. Pretty much. There's been a few hiccups there, but he's gotten 2 last week against the Commanders, 2 against the Giants, and that's just recently. So there's no reason to believe he can't get one against us with our horrendous defensive line. So if you're doing sports betting, bet on him at getting at least 1. 2 maybe. I wouldn't push past 2. But John Robinson will find that end zone. Make no mistake about it. Penix Jr. will be throwing a touchdown pass to somebody. We are sitting at like 17th in the league in pass defense, somewhere around there. I think it's somewhere in between 15 and 20. I don't remember the exact number. But, I mean, it's not great. But it's not horrible either. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could be a lot worse. So, you might see some carries from Tyler Aguilar in the fourth quarter. I doubt they handed the ball to Avery or Carlos, but you just never know. Maybe they do it in short yardage situations, who knows. But Kirk Cousins could see some reps in the fourth. I could see it. You know, if they get a good lead on us, Kirk could see some reps. You've got Ray McLeod returning kicks and stuff like that. They've got him as a major wide receiver, though, which is good. I like that. And again, Jake, longtime left tackle. Chris Lindstrom, excellent right guard. Getting paid like it, too. Kyle Pitts is another big problem for us, too. Kyle Pitts is extremely dangerous in short yardage situations. He will get yards after the catch. He's very, very good at it. 6'6", 250 pounds from Florida. 45 catches, 587 yards, 4 touchdowns so far. The dude can make moves. But he's really, really good at moving the sticks. As evidenced by his averages. You know, you got 22.8 against the Buccaneers, 23.3 against us the last time we faced him in Week 6. You got 29.5 against the Kansas City Chiefs. Extremely dangerous tight end here. You know, and against some decent defenses, you'll see 7, you'll see 9. You know, anywhere from 6.8 or 6.7 to 9 area. But yeah, this dude is very dangerous. And we need to be aware of where he is at all times on that field. If Penix feels like he's in trouble, he will use Kyle Pitts as a security blanket to throw to. So you got to be consciously aware of what he's doing and have somebody on him. Otherwise, he's going to catch you in some soft zonage, you know, over the middle. He might catch him, you know, along the sidelines, heading towards the sidelines, maybe on a PA post, something like that. You know, you just got to be careful about where this dude is. Because he will make those sideline catches. I've seen him do it. But yeah, Kyle Pitts is dangerous. For sure. Excuse me. Ray is very good with his hands. The thing is, like, he just doesn't have that speed and separation enough to really make major impacts in a game at wide receiver. He's a chain mover. And that's exactly what he was in Clemson, too, except he was getting touchdowns out of it. You know, because of weaker opponents, he would get the yards after the catch. But the dude can catch excellently well. And that's exactly why he's a return man. You've never seen this man actually fumble return balls. It's very, very rare. You'll see maybe as much as 4 per year. That's really it. But most years, it's usually 2 or 3. But how many has he lost? That's the key number. Check this number out. 6. And we had him during 2019. We barely used him, and I got pissed. Because the dude had like 3 fumbles, and I was like, this ain't it. This ain't it. Because if we're going to put him back there as just a return man, excuse me, he needs to get the job done. So, he ended up going to the Pittsburgh Steelers for 2 years, went to the Niners for 2 more years, and now he's with the Falcons. But again, how many of those fumbles has he lost? 6. That's my point. You know, and that was my main argument in 19, you know, when we got him. Like, I vouch for the dude as more of a wide receiver than a return man. Because if you look at his wide receiver numbers, it tells an entirely different story. Look at this, 148 for 1,388 yards. 8.2 per play. 8.2. His longest was 60 yards. Yeah, he doesn't get you touchdowns. But check this out. 620 yards for the Falcons. Atlanta knows how to use Clemson players. I've been saying this for a while now. They got A.J. Terrell back there doing work at corner. You know, they just got another Clemson player on their D-line. These guys know what they're doing with Clemson players. So if any of these Clemson players end up in Atlanta, they're going to find success. Especially if they're ball hawks. Such as Ray was. Now you got, let's see. Drake London, their main wide receiver. I think he's number one wide receiver. Yeah, he's got 1,084 yards and 7 touchdowns. Off of 90 catches. How about Mooney? Mooney's at 992. Okay, so clearly Drake London is your number one. Alright, so this is what I want to see happen. I want to see Mike Jack on Drake London with safety help. As far as Ray McLeod, put Chow Smith weight on him. Chow will handle it. He'll be fine. Give him a little bit of linebacker help over there. He'll be fine. Mooney, though. Mooney, we're going to need, oh boy. Who do we have? Who else is available? We got Dane Jackson and Caleb Farley. Dane Jackson, as I'm told, is going to be available for this game, so honestly, I think I would put Dane Jackson on Mooney and see what happens. I think for the most part, Mooney is going to be contained. I think so, but we'll see. Put Fuller over there just to be sure. That's my recommendation. Put Fuller over there just to be sure. Tell Fuller to make sure he works on his tackling techniques. You know, just in case we run into trouble. Because, I mean, what we learned about Mooney is, so far, yeah, he can move the chains. But is he a big touchdown person? No. He has not scored a touchdown since week 9 against the Cowboys. And I don't want our Panthers to be the first team, you know, finishing out the year to give him one. You know, I'd rather that not happen. So I want you guys to have some awareness of what this dude is doing, because he's got great average numbers throughout the whole year. Look at these numbers. That whole average column is beautiful, dude. Look at these. That's crazy, dude. But anyway, that's some wild stuff right there. He went absolutely crazy against the Vikings and got 142 yards. That is wild. Got 105 against the Buccaneers. 2 touchdowns that day. Bro. How he didn't score against the Vikings, I don't know. Maybe the Vikings have a really good red zone defense. But he spent a lot of that time with the Chicago Bears and just quietly racked up some good yards. He went over 1,000 in 2021. 4 touchdowns that year as well. I mean, I will say what you will about the Chicago Bears. They know how to use their wide receivers. You know, the problem is their quarterback situation is god-awful. So you're not going to see these guys' numbers truly jump to where they should be until you get a proper quarterback and proper offensive line help in Chicago. And it's just not going to happen. Because the GMs up there just don't know what they're doing. Like, it's just a circus. So, that's Atlanta's offense. So let's go to their defense. We saw Grady Jarrett on the injury list. Lorenzo Carter's a problem. Matthew Judon is a problem. AJ Terrell is a problem. D. Alford is a problem. Jesse Bates is a potential problem. As long as you know how to bait Jesse Bates away from the ball, you know, then he becomes less of a factor. But if you don't bait him away from where the ball carrier is, you're going to have a problem. Because he is an excellent solo tackler. Justin Simmons is also very good in that area too. He happened to be in the right place at the right time for those 2 picks. So, but for the most part, you'll see that he is mostly a solo tackler. You know, as you see from the 433 solo tackles out of 659. He's rarely used in blitz situations, but you got 4.5 sacks. 32 interceptions overall. He's already had 2 this year. He's been racking up about 2 to 3 a year or more. No forced fumbles from him this year. Which, I mean, falls in line with the rest of the numbers. So, the main thing is, yes, he has 71 pass deflections, but how many of those were in open space, you know? A lot of that was in open space, and that's why this dude could be a potential problem. 9 years in the league, 31 years old, 6'2", 215 from Boston College. 28 solo tackles, 2 picks. That's just this far. Like I said, with Jesse Bates, he can be baited, but the problem is, like, a lot of these teams don't bait him off of the ball carrier or where you're going to be moving the ball to. So he'll just sit there and he'll read these plays because he's seen it in film study. And once the dude's seen it in film study, he's going to try to force a fumble off of you, which is why you see 4 of these. And if you don't look him off of your wide receiver, on deep balls, that's where you get the 4 picks from. If you overthrow, he will pick it off. He's got 1 sack. They used him in a blitz situation. 54 solo situations. Tackles there. He's not really much of a pass deflector. He'll get 1 per game. Which, isn't that exciting. But he's had 2 picks as of recently in week 15 and week 16. So we're looking at a guy that is able to get in the right spot at the right time if you are not careful. So Bryce, pay attention. Alright? Don't miss your throws. If you're going to throw this ball near him, do not miss. Alright? I'm trying to tell you, it's not going to go well for you. He got 6 picks last year. Out of the total 24. 6. And he is a solo tackler as well, as evidenced by the 441 solo tackles out of 708. So yeah, very dangerous player right here. 10 picks over his whole career. 64 pass deflections. He's already had 10 pass deflections this year. He quietly racks up 1 per game. But at the end of the year, it adds up. He had 15 against in 2020 with the Bengals. So, be watching for that if you're throwing it deep, because he will knock one down. Alright. And that's Jesse Bates, 6'1", 210, 7 years in the league, from Wake Forest. Still young at 27 years old. D. Alford. Let's get into D. Alford. Shout out to T. Green in the chat. 23-16 Panthers is his prediction. We'll see. D. Alford, 5'11", 180. Tusculum College. 52 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. So his main focus has been pass deflections. As you can see evidenced here. He's got 2 against the Cowboys. He's got 2 against the Giants. But he quietly racks up 1 per game. Again, another dangerous guy here. So, he's not used on slack situations. So, he's not used in blitzes. He's more of a run stopper, as you see from the 92 solo tackles out of 142. And a pass deflector. He's not really known for forced fumbles, as he only has 1. So, I would watch out for him in run game. D. Alford can make a difference in the run stopping game, but not so much in passing. If you force him to go out, he may have trouble. That might be his one weakness, I think. I don't know. I think. Any one of these guys can suddenly turn into a pass deflecting machine. So you just never know during a game against us. So, that's always been the concern. I don't like seeing these guys that have been like career dead players. Just haven't really done anything in a certain area. All of a sudden start racking up numbers against us for some weird reason because of something we're doing, or not doing correctly. So you never know when that can happen. And I've seen it happen a few times this year while looking through the stats, and it's pissed me off because I'm like, really? We let this dude start racking up numbers on us? Like, really? Alright, so AJ Terrell. I'm very familiar with this dude. I met him in person at the mall. I met him in person in a Clemson uniform. Very awesome dude. I love him. I think he's an incredible guy and an incredible role model. 5 years in the league now, at 26 years old, 6'1", 200 pounds. And when I say this dude is a problem, he is a problem. 44 solo tackles, 2 picks. I'm very familiar with what this dude can do and what he can't do. He hasn't been getting as many pass deflections lately, but that might be because of the pass. A lot of these players seem like they're afraid of the pass interference rule, so they'll allow wide receivers or running backs to catch these balls, and then they'll tackle them. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, because I was about to point that out in the live stream on Sunday, actually. Because I kept noticing it over and over and over again. I'm like, why are we allowing these guys to get, like, these catches and then get 2 or 3 extra yards? Why are we not getting aggressive and trying to knock some of these balls down when we got defenders in the area? And it got me wondering because of the pass interference rule, as questionable as it is. So that's where I kind of connected the dots, and I was just like, that makes sense. You could make an argument for that, But yeah, he seems like one of those players that's kind of afraid of that rule and afraid to get flagged for that, which I respect it. As far as he's not a sack creator. So it's 213 solo tackles out of 309 there. He is a solo tackler. You do need to watch out for that. One-on-one, man-on-man coverage. Very dangerous. Let's see. 49 pass deflections. He does do that too. There were a couple of years where he was just not as proficient with that. So it's been kind of off and on in the NFL. But if you go back and you look at his career as a Clemson Tiger, he was all over those plays. He didn't care if he got flagged because he understood the rules of the NCAA and what he could and could not get away with. Sometimes he would get away with some garbage. Sometimes he would get caught for some garbage. But, end of the day, he was still knocking balls down left and right. Which, you got to respect that. Dude's a baller. I loved him when he was in a Clemson uniform. I'll be honest. He was one of my favorite Clemson players during that time period. I love seeing aggressive players, just do their thing, But yeah, that's AJ Terrell. Much respect to him. Best wishes for his career. I'll be watching it with great interest, for sure. I'll definitely be cheering for him from time to time. When we're not playing against him. So Matthew Judon. If you're not familiar with the name Matthew Judon, you're about to be. This dude is extremely dangerous. 9 years in the league, Grand Valley, 32 years old, 6'3", 265. He's already racked up 5.5 sacks. This year. Just this year. 22 solo tackles. He does have, a bunch of combined tackles. Versus solo. So that's one way you could take advantage of him. But he's a sack guy. As evidenced, in New England, with 15.5, 2022, 12.5 in 2021. Pass deflections, yes. This year he is at an all-time high in pass deflections with 5 for his career. And oddly enough, he's been getting forced fumbles, but it's been off and on. And this year and last year, he did nothing as far as creating forced fumbles, because that's not how they decided to use him. But yeah, this year, interesting stuff, man. He had 2 sacks in the last 2 games. Be aware of that. One against the Giants and one against the Commanders. Do not be surprised to see him get one in this game against Atlanta. Matthew Judon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to Lorenzo Carter. Lorenzo Carter's probably going to be playing. And he's kind of having a quiet year. 21 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble, that's it. 7 years out of Georgia. 6'5", 265. Still a young guy. All things considered in the NFL. Not really known for his pass deflections as of lately. But at first he was. So, as of the past 3 years, he's got a total of 3 pass deflections. That's it. So that should not be your primary concern with him. It needs to be sacks and forced fumbles. Because this dude's got at least 1 forced fumble a year. It seems like by the numbers. And he's already gotten his 1 this year. So perhaps we don't really need to be on guard for that. But more so for the sacks. 21.5 for his career. No sacks this year. I'm going to say that again. 0 sacks this year. He's due. Falcons are going to try to change that in this game. If they play this dude, Mr. Lorenzo Carter, they're going to try to change that. Be aware. I need whoever is picking up these blitzes to pick this guy up. Please. Whether it be Blackshear or whoever it is. If you see him coming, be ready. Because that dude will plow you over. He is literally 265 pounds of pure muscle versus your 216 pound running back, which is Blackshear. Let me see if I got that number right. I think I got that number right. Or fairly close. 190 pound running back. Okay, that's even worse. Oh God, that's even worse. So you got a 200. In comparison, you got a 265 pound linebacker coming straight at you, trying to get a sack, versus a 5'9", 190 running back that does have some strength, but he will get plowed over with that type of muscle. I don't care how much you've been lifting this week, Blackshear. This dude is just straight up bigger than you. Okay? Let's just be real. They're going to try to use that against you. Be ready for it. You know, and all I'm saying is, like, they haven't previously been using him for that purpose as of lately this year. But overall in his career, he's got at least 3 per year, with the exception of 2020 with the Giants. But yeah, this dude can ball. Overall, I'm not as impressed by his solo tackling, which could be a weakness that you can exploit if you got speed. So yeah, that's Lorenzo Carter. Now you could see Preivew Street for a little bit. I doubt Rook ever plays. No, I don't see him getting any reps. As much as I would love to see Rook get some reps, dude has not played like at all. He's got like 1 sack, 1 solo tackle so far. That's really it. So, but once he gets acclimated and he gets a chance to move up the depth chart, watch out. Because he's an excellent run stopper. He stretches the field. He's a very violent tackler. Ruka Roro is a very dangerous player. Plus, I just love saying that last name. That's just such a fun last name to say. Ororo. I love it. Let's see. Maybe they give Richie Grant some time out there. I don't know. I could see Brandon Dolores out there for sure, getting some reps. They aren't exactly sure who this dude is because he's a rookie. He's from Oregon, 6'3", 295. You know, 1 solo tackle, but they barely used him for like 2 games. So this might be somebody that they're looking to evaluate, possibly. So we'll just have to see what that looks like, right? Mike Hughes. Let's see who you are, sir. 7 years in the league, 5'10", 190, 46 solo tackles. Not really known for pass deflecting. At least not this year. Oh, I stand corrected. He's got 6. Okay. He had 6 in 2021 as well. He had 9 with the Vikings. Interesting. Very interesting. Because it looks like that year 2 seems to be his best year. 39 solo tackles out of 45. Very impressive. 40 out of 47 solo tackles with the Chiefs. Wow. Dude's only got 58 assists over his whole career. Very impressive. Not bad. I'm impressed. I like Mike Hughes. That's my type of corner right there. You know? You don't have to do too much out there. You don't have to be Superman. If the system works for you and you got great players around you, it'll make you better. You know, that way you can just focus on pass deflections. You can work on solo tackling. So, I mean, that's what the Falcons have right now on defense. Is they've got good people out there, man. And it's allowed Mike Hughes to do his thing, you know. But David Amenmeta, Evan Mata. The thing you have to worry about with David is the 3 sacks. He is kind of a sack machine. He's got like 2 or 3 per year. So we do need to watch that one. He's got 30 overall for his whole career. 1 pass deflection per year, basically. So he's got 10 overall. That's not a concern. I'm not overly concerned about him making tackles either. 159 assists. Forced fumbles, I wouldn't worry about that. He only had 2 in last year. And he went on like a 4-year drought without getting one. So, before that point, I wouldn't even be concerned with that, to be honest. Guard the ball, of course, at all times, but, you know, that goes without saying. You always want to do that anyway. Nate Landman. 3 years from Colorado, 6'3", 240. 3 forced fumbles. Okay. But he got those earlier on in the year. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. He had 3 last year, 3 this year, so he's met his quota, to be honest. He's not a pass defender. He's only got 4. Not a solo tackler. And he only had 2 sacks last year. So, honestly, I'm really not that impressed with Nate. Based on the numbers. I mean, I'll check him out on the field just to see who he is, but overall, not real impressed. Caden Ellis. There's a name that's been bouncing around a little bit. 6'2", 240. 6 years in the league from Idaho. Now, these numbers are what you expect from a potential Pro Bowler for the Falcons. 70 solo tackles, 5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 pick. This dude got 6 solo tackles last week and a pass deflection and a pick. He went off against the Commanders. I'm not saying that this dude should be regarded as Superman out there, but what I am saying is be on guard. He can't solo tackle, as evidenced by the assists and solos. Sacks wise, he's already got 5 sacks. That's the number I want you guys to pay attention to right there. 17 overall. 8 pass deflections. He's not a pass deflector, really. And typically not an interception catcher either. So, I mean, really his claim to fame is these sacks. So be aware. If Caden Ellis starts pushing, you know, he's either trying to get that tackle for a loss or he's trying to get a sack. How much do you want to bet some of those solo tackles came from tackles for a loss? Because that's how they use him. They use him in a lot of pass rushing situations. He'll line up in the box. I've noticed that. Who is Eddie Goldman? I've heard of this dude. Let me see. 7 years in the league, Florida State, 30 years old, 6'3", 320. Yeah, see, I've heard of this dude, but he isn't doing anything. You know? That's the thing. Yeah, I like his solo tackling. 113 out of 191. Very nice. But are you getting sacks? No. Are you getting pass deflections? No. Are you getting forced fumbles? No. So what purpose does Eddie Goldman serve? You know, that's something the Falcons are going to have to look into. We can exploit that. But be very, very cautious about that, though, because we don't know who he is. He doesn't have an identity yet. As an Atlanta Falcon, like he spent his entire career in Chicago, so it's understandable why some of those numbers don't push, you know, in Chicago, because it's the Bears. The Bears. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the Chicago Bears, it's the Bears. So you have to consider that's a factor, you know, when you look at these stats. And also remember, they fleeced us. Supposedly they fleeced us, right? I don't know. Do they use Contavious though? Mr. Street. Do they use Mr. Street? I don't know. There's a couple of these players I don't know whether they're going to use them or not. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know who any of these backup tackles and guards are. I've never seen any of these names before. I vaguely heard of Casey Washington, but I don't know who he is, to be honest. And Chris Blair, I've never heard of Chris Blair, so I don't know who he is. Let's see, they got Riley back there returning kicks now. No, they got Avery Williams that took over Ray Ray's job. What? Hold up. Whoa. Okay, tell me about Avery again. Is this a new guy? 5'9", 200 pounds. When did they get this dude? I don't remember hearing a transaction of them going after a return man. Interesting. He could be on the hands team during onside. Got Mike Hughes back there too. Okay. Yeah. Let me see when they got him. transactions available? Wow. Well, y'all didn't waste any time deleting those, did you? Well, it's a new year. Let's not put the transactions up from any of the previous past years except for just articles, right? So dumb. Okay, so they just put Josh Woods on their active roster as of the 28th. Gotcha. Hmm. Oh, snap. Ruka Rororo was on the IR. What? What the heck happened to him? Okay, you got my full attention now. What the heck happened to this dude? Ankle injury. Oh, man. He was then designated to return on December 4th, opening his 21-day practice window in Week 14. Oh, wow. Five tackles and a quarterback hit in 63 defensive snaps and 19 special team snaps. And he did the most damage against us. Took 22 defensive snaps and had 2 quarterback hits on Bryce Young. Yikes. Yikes. How much you want to bet they're going to give him more of an opportunity when he's healthy again here? That's what I'm worried about. Knee injury for most of the third season? When did he go to... No, he's not from Montana State. He's from Clemson. I know this because I've watched the dude play in a Clemson uniform. Unless you went... Oh, it's Troy Anderson. Okay. I'm stupid. Wow. I thought that whole article was about Rook. My bad. Alright, I didn't read that title correctly. Alright, Troy Anderson then. On IR. I see, okay. Cool. I mean, Falcons. Young Ho Koo. Sorry, I keep pronouncing his names wrong. Mr. Koo, the kicker for the Falcons, got put on IR on December 18th. They just signed Chris Blair. And Antonio Hamilton Sr. is now on the IR. So they went out and they signed Josh Woods. Okay. Interesting moves. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so that was when Rook had the injury. Got you. December 2nd. They got their own... Every team's got their own players that just sit on the practice squad. Forever. And I guess Damone Harris is one of those players. So what we're gonna do is let's see. I think if we aren't careful, a lot of these wide receivers and weapons that the Falcons have can take full advantage of us and can use those players against us, but we got to be very, very cautious as to where we put people, and it's matchups, really. It's matchups. Like, we have been really dumb about matchups in the past few weeks, and I want that to be solved. I would like to see people stay healthy for the most part, and we'll just go from there, I guess. The important thing is, trying to establish whatever draft pick we get and just getting the players that we need in this offseason. Because once the offseason starts, that's when the real work begins for us. Because it's filling out all the issues that we have and making sure that we do this correctly. Again, each step is critical. To making sure that we establish everything we're supposed to establish in order to have a winning franchise. So next year, assuming that we do everything right this offseason, and I mean, let's take it step by step throughout this offseason, and then we'll focus on next year. So I want this year's offseason to look productive and fruitful. Let's upgrade where we need to upgrade, keep the players that we need to keep, and let's frankly, let's just get to work. There's a lot to be done. First is re-signing players. We got to look at what players need to be re-signed. Who needs a contract extension? J.C. Horn, first of all. Mike Jack is another one that needs one. So, I mean, there's a handful of players that need to be looked at for re-signing. And for the most part, I'm going to greenlight most of that list. But I'm going to ask my team what that list looks like, in full capacity. I'm going to ask them that as late as tomorrow night. And we'll go through that list and we'll see what we're doing with. I don't want to ask them for that during the game, but I'll ask them for that after the game, and we'll figure out what we're doing with. So that list will be covered in the State of the Carolina Panthers stream next week in full detail. As far as how this is going to play out this Sunday, we either play with the Carolina Panthers and we play within 7 points, or we play like the Cardiac Cats like we did last week and just sit it out and accept our 21 point, or 17 point deficit. I'm going to say 17 point deficit. Somewhere in between 14 and 17. Because that's what we were doing with last week against the Cowboys. And a couple of other teams as well. So, as of recently, we looked horrible against the Buccaneers. We looked horrible against Dallas. And I mean, that's what Cardiac Cats football looks like. Do not do that again, please. I need 4 whole quarters of Carolina Panthers football, please. Otherwise, you could pretty much put a lid on this season and just say, you know what, let's just accept our draft pick. And I mean, either way, I don't think we're beating the Falcons in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I just don't see it. And according to the series record so far in Atlanta, this is going to be our third straight loss in Atlanta if we do take the L, which we probably will. You know, the bright spot of this is, you know, at least we're 14-15 at home against them. You know, so there is that. You know, so there is hope. But that overall record looks, that ain't it. You know what I'm saying? 22-36 all time against the Falcons. That ain't it. And we started out in '95 too, with an overtime loss to them. So that was the first time we ever met up with the Falcons, was '95. Crazy, right? They were the only team to knock us out of a perfect record. I mean, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about how dangerous this team can be, when they really want to knock you down, they will find a way to do it. So, what other news? What do we need to talk about? Let's talk about J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn being out is, to me, not that big of a deal at this point, because of the fact that, you know, it's week 18. We're looking to expand our roster and just make sure that we know who is doing what, you know, out there. Evaluation process, you know, the whole 9 yards. So, honestly, I love seeing that he made the Pro Bowl, and that's amazing. You know, props to J.C. Horn, being the only Carolina Panther to make the Pro Bowl this year, as far as we know. Shout out to Robert Hunt, who got 2 honors. And he got a blocked punt. So, shout out to him, man. Much respect. Give him the hand claps, folks. Give him the hand claps. He's definitely turned his year around, and I'm so impressed, man. Absolutely impressed. Thank you. You know, at first it was a little questionable because everybody else had to try to do each other's jobs, you know, and it's just like, okay, well, he's not doing spectacular, but he's getting the job done. You know what I mean? And now it's like, yeah, this dude looks like a Pro Bowler. He looks like he deserves the 2 honors, you know. And the last couple weeks, he kind of dropped off again, you know, because we're having some trouble up front. But give him some time. Be patient with him. He'll be fine. I love Robert Hunt. I think he's great. I think he's an extraordinary human being. And, like, I would love to sit down and chat with him and learn more about, you know, blocking schemes and everything else. Like, some of these people, man, I would love to just sit down and have a conversation with them. Just learn everything I can and just not talk and just listen. You know what I'm saying? Because when you talk to some of these football players, you're so tempted to be like, oh, yeah, I met you here. You're like, be humble, man. Just let them talk. They got more to say than you do. In some cases. And I promise you, you're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a ton, man. Some of these players are very, very intelligent people. They keep their mouth shut, until they meet the right types of people, and then they're like, yeah, I learned this, and this, and this, and this, and this is why this is important, and da-da-da-da-da, you're like, whoa. Like, this is what happens when you actually listen to a player, instead of just, like, having interaction with them and, like, fanboy or do whatever you do, And I've learned to just listen, during training camps when I go up and meet them. Because I love hearing some of the conversations. I love learning more about these guys. And just understanding who they are. And you'll learn so much by the fan interactions and just listening to the conversations around you. Just being observant and in the moment. And I think it's pretty cool, man. I think it's really cool. Because that's where you're really going to have the best interactions with these players. Because you'll think of a question you want to ask them or something. And they'll have a detailed answer for you for like 2 minutes, because that's all they're going to have. And then they move on to the next person, but still. I think Robert Hunt's one of those people that just kind of keeps to himself, but you can kind of tell he's intelligent. And he's got a lot to say to you if you just let him talk. And that's the thing, like, a lot of people don't let these people talk, and express themselves and answer your questions. Like, a lot of Panthers fans are just too busy hearing what they want to hear instead of letting these people just talk and understanding, like, okay, he said this, and this, and this, and this. Let's break that down, And credit to Unk, man. Unk is very, very good about that. Like, he will break down interviews and stuff and be like, oh, yeah, okay, so he said this, and this. What do y'all think about that? Here's my interpretation. What do y'all think? And I respect that about Unk, man. Like, he comes out, he's just real with it. When he listens to some of these pressers. And that's why it gets my attention, man, when I watch his streams, because I'm like, yeah, this dude knows what he's doing with this stuff. Like, he knows how to listen for this stuff. I may not agree with all of his takes, sometimes, but, that's... Everybody has different takes on different things. I respect it. But yeah, he's very good about breaking that stuff down, though. And like, there's just some of these players, like Bryce Young is finally starting to get into that rhythm where he's starting to talk to people, and starting to express himself more. Sometimes that can be a good thing. Sometimes that can be a bad thing when it comes to pressers. Like, it depends. Some people read his demeanor to be like, oh yeah, he's just that quiet, like, guy that just hasn't come out of his shell. Versus, like, yeah, he looks confident, during the month of November. And, like, he'll say a bunch of stuff and he'll be like, huh, okay. okay, this is a different Bryce Young than we saw a month ago. You know, let's read into that. Why is he giving off the expressions or feelings that he is? You know, let's learn more about him. See, that's the stuff I like to do, man. And I'll do that off stream because, like, I don't feel like diving into press conferences as much anymore. But Dave Canales says he sees one more chance to finish strong. And he said that like 2 weeks ago, but I feel like he's meaning this week as well. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Oh, excuse me. So, ways that you can watch or listen to the game in Atlanta. CBS is covering it. There's your region map. But, yeah, if you live in Texas, you're going to get something else, I think. Because I saw one comment about a guy in Texas that, and I forget the dude's name, but I let him know, you know, that we're doing live reactions to the game, you know. So he's welcome to come, or anybody's welcome to come onto our stream and just listen to the live reactions, you know, to the games as they happen, you know, and we'll give our interpretations of what we think we're seeing, you know, as a team through team video chat sometimes. Other times it'll just be me, you know, and but I've really enjoyed the group chat interactions, though. That's been really cool. And I think we'll try to do a little bit more of that in 2025. You know, to accommodate the people that really enjoyed that. Because I've seen the responses to that, and you guys really seem to enjoy that. So, because you like the different perspectives, right? And opinions. And what they've noticed as well. So that's good. But we get a few of those members from my team chat in live streams every once in a while. So that's been kind of cool. But yeah. I do have NFL Plus, but you could listen to the radio broadcast as well. And you'll have Jamie Marino doing the play-by-play, Antonio Ramos as the analyst. Or if you want to do the local live radio broadcast. Some people don't know that Jake Delhomme is actually doing analyst stuff for that. And Luke Kuechly gets on there every once in a while too. Which is really, really cool. I try to listen in with Jake Delhomme, you know, before the game starts. You know, for the last like 30 minutes of it. And sometimes I'll pick up some really cool stuff. Other times I won't. But I've heard Luke Kuechly on there a few times, but I haven't gotten a chance to really fully listen to what he was saying. And I want to go back and listen to those podcasts so bad, you know, those radio broadcasts, you know, so I can learn, like, what was he saying about this, and this, you know, how would he have attacked it, you know, had he been on the field? You know, what did he see? What was his perspective? You know, because Luke Kuechly is a field general genius. This dude studies tape. He does nothing but just study football. That's just him. That's who he is. He lives, breathes, and bleeds football. And I love that about him. I absolutely love that. Those are my types of players right there, man. For real. Oh, man. That's somebody that's got an absolute passion for the game. And I do too, you know. So, with that being said, you know, those types of players are going to quickly find favoritism with me. I'm kind of starting to see that a little bit with Josie Jewell. He reminds me of AJ Klein so much. And I said that about Frankie Louvu too. They're both on that same wavelength. Like, they're both able to stretch the field. They're both able to make a massive impact in the run defensive game. You know? And when players like Josie Jewell are not on the field, you feel the impact. Because a lot of these defensive players don't know what to do. You know, they're just out there, you know, flailing around trying to figure out what they're supposed to be doing. You know, when you got a guy like Josie Jewell out there, he's just like, yeah, you go here, you go here, you go here. And in that way, it reminds me of AJ Klein and Luke Kuechly, because both of them were very, very good at doing that. At telling them where they're supposed to be at, what they're supposed to be doing. Where's the ball? You know, do we need to shift this way? Do we need to shift that way? You know, what are we supposed to be doing? And Josie Jewell is well on his way to becoming a field general out there. I definitely see that. And every time you saw players like Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis off that field, you felt the impact immediately. It was a massive, gaping impact of them not being on the field. And the opponents took full advantage of that. And they rammed the football down our throats. You know, in a lot of those cases. Because they knew that we could not stop them. And that's exactly what they've been doing all year. Is even when Josie Jewell was out there for half the time, you know, half the game, these guys were just cramming the ball down our throats with ISO plays and draw plays. And sweep plays. It's just been monotonous when it comes to that. And screens. So my whole thing is, like, regardless of what we are able to do pass defensive wise, it's not going to matter. Because they're going to keep setting up those little short passes up and medium passes up, you know, with runs up the middle. Because they know we can't stop it at all. We're giving up like 4 to 5 yards of play. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. You know, for like 75% of the game. Yeah, there have been times where we shut down run plays to like 2 or 3 yards, and occasionally at the line of scrimmage. You know, but who was there when that happened? What players? You know, when you can't count on Josie Jewell, when you can't count on DJ Johnson, when you can't count on who else was it? When you can't count on Clowney to get the proper pressure What do you do then? Well, then it becomes, okay, you have, who's that new, Jacoby Windman. Jacoby Windman has just come up, and started making those plays and started making an immediate impact, as a rookie. So, factor all of that in. Chandler Wooten, you'll see from time to time. Xavier Woods will be like the last resort safety that comes in, after everybody's missed a tackle, and he'll come up at the last second and get the tackle, after you've already given up like 4, 5, 6, 7 yards. But he'll be there, But when this man misses the last tackle, you're screwed. See, that's the problem. And we got nobody else out there because we got Fuller out there helping out the corners. So it's a real lack of depth. That's our main issue. And we're going to solve a bunch of that in this offseason. But we got to establish the main 11 on both sides. The main starters. Then, we can really start making a push towards depth at that point. If we're satisfied with the starters and we know that the starters are going to do a lot of good work for us, that we replace in this offseason, not the ones we're keeping, but the ones we're replacing, if they do their job correctly and everybody else that we've kept does their job correctly, hey, look, everybody gets to do their job a little easier. Everybody gets to breathe a little easier. Which allows these players to become who they are on the field and do what they do naturally at their natural positions. So, in essence, I think there's a couple of players that you could say, or you could make the argument of, if we're just using the correct scheme, if we're using like the 4-3, or if we're putting these guys in the right coverages, in a 3-4, they could be making a lot better impact, with the proper matchups. There's a massive argument that could be made there. Or the player has just lost his crap and has no idea what he's doing, and that's just on him. See what I mean? Like, that would be Xavier Woods. You take, for example, a 2-point conversion try situation with Xavier Woods. This dude was staring a 195-pound running back in the face and decided to hesitate instead of going up and making the tackle. And that's that little hesitation. That's our problem. That's the problem. You got to man up. You got to make that tackle. And that's where we're having problems with a few of these players, because it's a question of, is it Evero or is it the player? And at times it can be one or the other, and at times it can be both. You know what I'm saying? It's a massive gray area there. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I would have to go back and watch some of these specific plays again and just see, okay, where was he supposed to be? What is Evero trying to do with this certain situation, in this certain scenario? Where is this player supposed to be? If he's not in the the place where he's supposed to be. Why is he not there? If he is in the proper position where he's supposed to go, where Evero says, okay, I want you here, but the play is way over here, and you got to stretch the field and get over there. Okay, well, that's on Evero. You see what I'm saying? Like, you put your players in the wrong spot. Coverage-wise, you chose the wrong coverage. That's why you're experiencing massive gaps in your secondary. And it's like, there's been situations where both have happened. And I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. But, that's for the defensive guru people, in the chat and in my team chat to try to figure out. And for our management to try to figure out. Good luck, because that's a head scratcher, y'all. It really, really is. But, overall, I'm pretty satisfied with where we're heading. And I'll be the first to say it. I'm satisfied. We got a lot of work to do, but I'm satisfied. I've seen the progress I'm looking for. I've seen it, physically throughout the year, and I'm pleased with it. That's why I'm saying be patient, and I'm going to fight for Dan and Dave, to keep their jobs for just a little longer. Let's see what happens, Be patient, wait it out. Because it seems like both of these gentlemen have a plan. And they're actually doing something with that. So, can't argue with that. Stick with it. Excuse me. Alright, so let's do predictions for this week. A score prediction for this particular game from me, and final thoughts, and we'll wrap up because I got to be up early. All right. So thus far, we have seen 2 games today. I would have picked Pittsburgh to win this game against Cincinnati. And here's why. If you've been paying attention to the Steelers as of lately, they are 10-7 for a reason. Like, they've actually gotten there for a good reason. Russell Wilson's been balling. They're playing well. Mike Tomlin adjusted the system to Russell Wilson. And that's exactly what you should be doing right now. Since you just got him, and you're just like, okay, well, the original guy didn't work out. We tried Justin Fields. That didn't work out. So let's try Russell Wilson. So, for the majority of the year, you're doing it with Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson balled out. So, cool. But this is a resilient Bengals team. And this is a Bengals team that's trying to make the playoffs right now. So, obviously, they're going to fight. They know they need help, but they're going to fight. So, they won 19-17, and respect to them. Good win. I didn't win on that prediction, and that's okay. Because that one doesn't really affect us. That affects the playoffs. But Baltimore against Cleveland. Baltimore at home, incredibly dangerous. I picked Baltimore to win that game, obviously, and I got it correct. And that score showed exactly what I predicted. It was just, it's destined to be a blowout. The Cleveland Browns are so garbage right now. They don't know what to do with themselves. They're not sure what decisions they should be making, what they're supposed to be doing, and that's one of the three teams I've got on my list that are going to implode, and these players are going to end up on the free agent market for us to pick up. So I'm waiting on a couple of them. I've got my eyes on a couple of them from Cleveland. So we'll see if they pop up or not. I'm not going to say what names those are, because again, we've got NFL scouts roaming around. So my team are the only people that are going to know those names, ahead of the start of free agency. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. I know people are going to mention a bunch of names once free agency starts, and that's understandable. People think this is Madden. It's really not. Put down your controllers. This is not Madden. We're not building an all Madden Pro team, that can go up against other people online. No, stop it. Stop it. Just because we got a bunch of free cap money doesn't mean we can just go shopping for whoever the heck we want. We can't just get a freaking T. Higgins that's going to cost like God knows how much money, Which T. Higgins actually expressed interest with the Bengals and said he wants to stay. So I think that they came to an agreement. I'm not 100% sure on that. But that was one of the players that was mentioned. There's 4 or 5 of them right now. Anyway, point is, you can't just go out and get whatever the heck you want without consequences. You got to pay up. You got to pay money. None of these people in free agency are free. You're not going to get them for the price of a Subway sandwich meal. You got to pay up for these players. And I'm telling you, some of these people, I'm glad they're not running this team, because they would run us into debt. With all due respect. Stop living beyond your means. And that's one of the things that the Panthers kept doing for a couple of years, is they lived beyond their means. They knew that we couldn't afford all these players, so they gave them these big contracts. Marty. Yeah, I said it. Marty. I said his name. Anyway, point is, we were doing that and we learned. You can't just create a Madden roster just by throwing out whatever contract numbers you feel like throwing out at the time. Just because maybe a lottery machine says, oh, we're going to pay you like $35 million. It's like, man, stop it. Just because the open market says, oh, it's $100 million doesn't mean you have to pay them $85. Come on. It's ridiculous. Pay the players what they're worth. It's really simple. Alright. New Orleans and Tampa Bay. Let's get started with that one. Actually, Houston and Tennessee. Let's start with that. We'll go left to right. Houston and Tennessee. I'm expecting Houston to win this game, but I'm rooting for Tennessee. I want Tennessee out of the top 5. Period. I want them out. They're they're pretty much like the Joker. They can cause so much chaos right now in this draft order. It's not even funny. By taking that L and by sitting up there and just drafting whatever the crap they want. Who knows what that's going to look like? That could be defensive, that could be offensive. Who the heck knows? All I know is their quarterback ain't working out. And they always choose the wrong quarterback if they do go quarterback again. They've sat, what's his name in Tennessee? Will Greer, I believe it was. I don't remember his name. Point is, they sat their oh, it's Will Levis. That's who it was. They sat Will, and they're just like, you know what? This ain't working out. Who's next? The Titans are so dumb. Like, be patient. Let this dude develop. Like, Will actually has some talent, man. I've seen it. He can throw. You got to provide him with what he needs. Give him an offensive line, give him some weapons, and let him do what he does. He's not going to flourish if you don't give him those things. You know, it's like Caleb Williams. It's like Geno Smith. You got to get him what he needs. Otherwise, he's going to be sitting there just going, and then running for his life. Like, oh, crap. You know? Do you want your quarterback going, oh, crap, for 3/4 of a game? Or do you want him protected? Titans, think. You know what I'm saying? Like, the GM's an idiot. With all due respect, the GM is an idiot. And they need to fire him. Like, they have made so many bad decisions lately. It's horrible. And you know what? I'm actually happy for Derrick Henry because he's out of there. He doesn't have to worry about that bull crap anymore. Good for him, dude. He went to a competitive playoff team. Good for him. You know, and DeAndre Hopkins is out of there too. You don't have to worry about that nonsense either. And I'm like, thank God. You know, like, I never wanted either one of them there. The only reason I said okay to Derrick Henry going to the Titans is like, okay, maybe he could start the revolutionary return of the Titans. But no. No. This ain't the Steve McNair era anymore. You know, this ain't the Tannehill era no more. Somebody's got to do something in Tennessee, otherwise it's no. And they can draft whatever they want. And they draft dumb, which is going to cost us, man. It's if it's a defensive player, that's a problem. You see what I'm saying, guys? I want Tennessee out of that top 5. Please. Please get them out of there. Please beat Houston. I'm asking you, humbly, as a Panthers fan, please beat Houston. Alright. New Orleans and Tampa Bay. But yeah, my pick is Houston. Sorry. New Orleans and Tampa Bay, I've got the Tampa Bay Bucks. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Saints are done. They're going to be putting subs in. Tampa Bay's pretty much locked up the division. They may be putting in subs as well. We'll see. But even with their subs, it's still enough to beat New Orleans. Buffalo and New England. Buffalo's going to win that one. Hands down. It's easy. Come on. Jacksonville and Indy. Now you might think just because Indy has that 7-9 record, oh yeah, Indy has better people on paper. But not so fast. The Colts have AR. And if AR starts that game, you're in trouble. I'm just going to straight up say it. You're in trouble. with the Colts not in the playoff picture right now, I'd start AR. I'd say, okay, let's improve that draft stock as much as possible. We have him anyway, so let's just see what we can do with him. Screw it, you know. Flacco is nice. Let's enjoy him while we have him, but we need to get as much out of AR as we could possibly get. So, and with that being the case, with the Jacksonville Jaguars, you are now looking at Mac Jones, who, as of lately, hasn't looked spectacular, but it's enough to get the job done against Tennessee, you know? Good completion percentage, though. But is he a game manager? Whenever you see percentages this high, it's usually a game manager. And I believe that's exactly what he is. He lets these guys do their thing, which is why you got 1,447 yards and 7 touchdowns. But your QB rating is trash. It is absolute dog water. 31.4 against Tennessee, 47.5 against the Jets, 46.6 against the Raiders, 52.4 against the Houston Texans, and then you got 64.7 against the Titans again. Ooh, ouch. Mac Jones is now auditioning for his next contract. I'm telling you, if they just go by QB rating alone, he's screwed. Because he is just absolutely screwed. Because that is awful. Now, if you're talking about just his regular quarterback rating, there was the 66.6 against the Tennessee Titans there, but, you know, it's decent. But the adjusted QB rating, ouch. And that's where he's getting in trouble. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he's ranked 37th overall. Which kind of tells you this is kind of a weak quarterback group out there now. And he does have Travis Etienne. So, Doug Peterson could be fired for the Jags. We'll see how that goes. But overall, you know, I still have to go with Indianapolis on this one. Because Indianapolis does have more weaponry right now. However, any given Sunday, this game's going to be a little closer than people think it is. The Jags did just come off a win over the Titans. So you never know. They came within 5 of the Raiders. They came within 7 of the Jets. And they beat the Titans twice for a sweep. They came within 3 of the Texans. Yeah. Honestly, I gotta go Colts. Excuse me. I do realize it's AR, but at the same time, the Colts look better on paper, and it's an Indy. So, Washington and Dallas. I've got actually, let me see. Washington has been playing pretty well lately. They just beat the Falcons. They beat the Eagles. One playoff contender. Falcons a potential playoff contender until they got eliminated. So, they also slaughtered us. 40-7. So let's see. They slaughtered the Browns, slaughtered the Cards. Played within 5 of the Bengals. That's a very confident 6-point win over the Falcons last week. What about Dallas? What did they do? They just took a massive loss to the Eagles. So perhaps they could be pissed off enough to play this game properly and actually have a shot at winning. But I doubt it. I mean, they blew us out because we were playing like garbage. And they came within 2 points of the Buccaneers. So, interesting group here. You know, in the month of December and going into the new year. I'm still going to have to go to Washington on this one. Sorry, Dallas. You're still not impressing me enough. You didn't impress me enough. Sorry. Philly and the Giants. Oh, wouldn't it be a miracle on... It would be a miracle for the Giants to actually beat Philly. An absolute miracle. But I doubt it's going to happen. Yeah, I got Philly. Easy one for me. Green Bay and Chicago. Another easy one. Bears are garbage. Bears have no idea what they're doing. They have no culture. They have no idea what's up or down right now. Bears are trash. Next. And the funny thing is, all these Bears fans talked all this trash, and look what their record is. It's the same as ours. Wah, wah, wah. Want to try again, Bears fans? Oh, but we're the Bears. We're the Bears. We're supposed to be so much better than everybody else. Yeah, where's your trash talking now? Where's your trash talking mascot that's usually in my chat? Where's he at? Stand up, be a man, eat your crow. Come on. Where's he at? Haven't seen him in a month and a half. Gee, I wonder why. Alright. Seattle and the Rams. 10-6 versus 9-7. Now it's interesting to me how the Rams got to 10 wins. Because if you look at it on paper, the Rams should not be doing what they've been doing. It's crazy. They beat the 49ers, they beat the Raiders, they beat the Vikings. And the Vikings have a nasty team. Let's keep it rolling. They beat Seattle in Seattle. Everybody knows how tough it is to win in Seattle. especially during the winter time. Then you had kind of a lazy day against New England and won that one by 6 points. You lost to the Eagles by 17, which is understandable because it's the Eagles this year. They have a monstrous team. Probably the third best roster in the NFL right now. Arguably. Then you beat the Saints. You beat the Bills 44-42, which is very impressive around this time of year. Not bad, Rams. You beat the 49ers again, beat the Jets, and then promptly beat the Cardinals again. No, that was a split with the Cardinals. My bad. That's a sweep with the 49ers. And with the Seahawks, I don't see him on here. I don't see him on here twice, so... Yeah, with the Seahawks, that's a win too. So there you go. Hey, shout out to the Atlanta Falcons pandemic. Should be a good final game of the season. Let's go, rise up. Hey, shout out to the Atlanta fan base, man. You guys are awesome. I haven't had any issues with you guys in my chat or in my comment section. I love you guys. You know, keep bringing good people over here, man. I love it. All due respect to you guys. And best of luck, you know, in this game. For the season finale. We're going to see a lot of sub players, but, you know, at the end of the day, should be fun. Should be fun, for sure. And you guys will probably win, and that's okay, because we want to retain that top 5, you know. We just want 4 whole quarters of Carolina football. That's what we were looking for. You know, we've already made our statements to the league. We've already shown people, you know, this is who we are. You know, and we're not that team that played Dallas. You know, we're the team that played Kansas City, Philly, and Tampa Bay, and we made sure that everybody knew it. You know, so with that win over the Saints, you know, so honestly, do we really need to take this game against you guys? Not really. Not really, to be fair. You know, we've already made our point. We're not bottom feeders in the NFC South anymore, you know. And, like, that's just how I feel about that. Some people are like, oh, you play to win a game and this, that, and the third, you know. All we can do is play our best football and see what happens. If we win, we sit at number 8 in the draft. If we lose, there's a chance we could be 4th. There's a chance. Just saying. Weird things can happen on a Sunday. And that's why I'm just looking at this Rams and Seahawks game like, you know, last time they played each other, Rams won this thing. You got a 5-game winning streak for the Rams going here. And, I mean, these are not fluke teams that they just beat. The Saints, Bills, and 49ers are not fluke teams. These are talented teams. So, I'm going to be real with you. The Rams are real right now. I don't know that Seattle is. if they want to prove it to everybody, they got to beat the Rams to do it. You want to make people believe that you have a legitimate team right now, Seattle? That's how you do it. 9-7. You know, you have to beat the division leader if you want to be respected right now. It's as simple as that. Rams sitting at 10, Seattle sitting at 9 wins. I'm going to say Rams win this thing. But not by much. The 7-point spread sounds about right. Alright. Let's see. Miami and the Jets. I've got Miami beating the Jets. Jets are awful. But you never know. We could see a miracle. Panthers fans. Any given Sunday, and I hope any given Sunday is this Sunday for us and for our sake, so we can have complete control of the board. But you never know. KC and Denver. KC, obviously. I mean, Denver's been playing some good ball. Denver's been playing some good ball this year. I give them their due. But they lost the last two. They lost to the Chargers and the Bengals. So, they're not going to have much more luck against the Chiefs. Unfortunately. So, I'm afraid I'm going to have to pick KC on this one. Again, the Kansas City refs will do their part as well. So, it is what it is. Chargers against the Raiders. I've got the Chargers. Raiders have played themselves out, man. They're pretty much done. Out of the top 5. Top 10, they're still sitting in the top 10 with 4 wins. But out of the top 5, not our problem anymore. San Fran and Arizona. Oh, man. That's a tough one. That is a toughie. Let's see what Arizona's been up to. I mean, honestly, it is the Kansas City refs, though. If you've been watching Kansas City Chiefs games, like, we even got screwed over by them, too. We fell victim to them, too. I mean, if you watch that game, oh my God. Dude, I was so pissed. Because, I mean, we did everything right in that KC game, and we got screwed over by the refs. But the thing is, like, the refs have been screwing us over, like, all year. It's not even the KC game. It's, like, all year. So, they got some type of personal vendetta against the Panthers for some reason. I've been trying to figure that one out, too. But it is what... Honestly, it's been that way since, like, the Super Bowl that we were in 2015. So, they hate the fact that we went 15-1. They hate it. They can't freaking stand it that we went all the way to the Super Bowl and we were not supposed to do that. They can't stand it. We're supposed to stay underdogs, right? We're supposed to not get paid, you know, and this, that, and the third, you know. We're supposed to have low cap standing and stay on the bottom, you know, because we're supposed to be one of those teams that just stays there, right? Wrong. We went to the Super Bowl in 15. And Cam said, do something about it. You know, In all those games that we won with Steve Smith on this team, Steve's just like, do something about it. And they hate that attitude. They can't stand it. So, I mean, it is the Kansas City refs, though. Let's be fair. We're not the only team that got screwed over by them. Literally everybody got screwed over by them. But let's not try to pretend like the KC Chiefs aren't downplaying to their opponents. You know? They've got so much talent on that roster. Let's not pretend that they're not playing down. You know? Every one of these games that the KC Chiefs have played has been within 7 points. Every one of them except for the last 2. Tell me I'm wrong. You go back and look at the scores. Tell me I'm wrong. That is wild, bro. That's wild. I mean, these haven't been pretty wins, but I mean, look at these. That's some crazy stuff right there. The fact that this game was 21-7 against the Browns, and they couldn't even be bothered to score 14 points against KC, even in garbage time, shows you how bad the Browns really are. When KC is literally having a lazy game and playing down to their opponents just to show you, oh yeah, we don't care about you. We're just trying to get a win. You know, we're not trying to blow people out. We're not trying to be pricks, you know. We're just trying to get wins. You know, in a NFL society that really runs off of how powerful you are based on how many points you get. You know, like college. Same thing. You know, people start to respect that as power, you know? You know, KC's just like, nah. We're going to play down to our opponents. We're just going to try to win. And if that's their strategy of just being humble, I respect it. But the problem is, they're winning these games with referees. There's your problem. And that's not respectful at all. Very weird things indeed. Too bad Vegas has more of a say these days. Yeah, true. And do you remember what Calvin Ridley decided he just didn't want to even play and started to bet on NFL games? That has a lot to do with that as well. That dude cost me a fantasy ring, by the way. Thanks a lot, Calvin Ridley. I could have used your 30 points, bro. Come on, man. Lazy prick. Anyway. I'll take my playoff wins, man. I'll take them. But yeah, that has a lot to do with that. You guys always play us tough. Don't know if it'll mean anything more to beat us, but good luck. Really, it doesn't mean anything at this point. We've already made our statement, you know, and if we beat you guys, we sit at number 8. It's just that simple. You know, we got to deal with the Jaguars, Raiders, Tennessee Titans, the whole dang 9 yards that we've been working hard to make sure it stays in front of us, you know, on that order, instead of behind us, where they could hurt us. You know, so that does not work to our favor. Because if we're sitting at number 4 or number 5, we have complete control of the board defensively. We can pick whoever we want. Titans are unpredictable. That's why I want them out. Jaguars could steal a defense player from us. And the Browns are kind of locked into their quarterback situation, if you really think about it. So they may go wide receiver, they may go offensive lineman, but there's also a chance they could go defensive. So, I mean, all of these teams could become problems. So any of them that we can get behind them, I'd love to see that happen. Lol, the Kansas City refs. Yep. Yeah, we did too. Yeah. I saw that. You guys put up a heck of a fight, though. Respect to you. That was a heck of a freaking fight against KC. I got nothing but respect for you guys for that. You know, because we put up the same fight you guys did. And that wasn't KC playing down to their opponents. We played up to them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had to escalate their game to match us. We were one of, like, 3 teams to actually make them do that this year. With all due respect. And these guys have played playoff contenders, like, all year. So, take that for what you will. We played the Eagles to within 7 points. And the Eagles have the 3rd nastiest roster in the NFL. That's not a fluke. We're improving. So we already made our statement with the Saints win. So I'm happy with that. You know, yeah, it's only 4 wins. I did say earlier this year that I would not be satisfied with anything lower than 5 and someone needs to get fired, you know, type deal. I'm kind of retracting that a little bit because I've seen what we were doing in November. So I'm going to retract that one. I'm going to say 4, you know. Which, I mean, in hindsight, it is respectable. I think the league has a vendetta against the NFC South. We aren't a pushover division as they think. Yeah, exactly. When teams come into the NFC South, they've got to earn their victories, you know? And that's what I've always noticed. Except for against us, for some reason. Like, we have been pure trash in the past, 3 years. So, we're the exception to that. And we're about to not be the exception to that very, very soon. I love how you laid down against Dallas. I despise them cowgirls. Yeah. We played like trash against the Cowboys. Let's be fair. Let's be fair here. That was a Cardiac Cats game. That was not a Carolina Panthers game. I'm sorry. Let's call it what it is. Garbage game. And it pissed me off because, not because of the fact that we lost that game, it's because we regressed in all the same areas that we just progressed in. You know what I mean? That's what pissed me off. Because I was just like, come on, man. Like, really? Why? For what reason? I mean, if you're trying to tank, okay, regress in a couple of areas on purpose, but all of them? Literally all of them that we made progress on? And I'm talking about wide receiver separation, I'm talking about tackling, I'm talking about all the little things, like catching the ball better, and that type of thing. Offensive line help. Proper blocking. I get we had injuries, but come on, man. All of the things we regressed in? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And we got to get to the bottom of what happened there. Because I do not ever want to see that happen again. Oh, you said, my bad, I was talking about the Saints, but I do hate the Cowboys too. Yeah. That's something we got in common. I hate the Cowboys as well. You know, but mainly for Jerry Jones. Mainly Jerry Jones. I don't... There's not really any Cowboys players I have any beef with, to be honest. It's been mainly Jerry Jones. I just don't... I don't like what he's doing. I don't like how he's running that team at all. He's trying to give Mark McCarthy an extension, by the way. Like, I get that Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl with Green Bay. I get that. But he's only got one. He's only got one. Okay? Yes, these have been playoff appearances, you know, with Dallas and Green Bay. Fair. But what did you do once you got to the playoffs? See, that's... If you're Jerry Jones, you have to take a breath at that point and just go, why does this keep happening? Do I need to fire a GM? Because I do like McCarthy. He's getting it done. But do I need to fire a GM? Do I need to fire a head coach? Do I need to fire an offensive coordinator? What do I need to fire? You know? No, instead Jerry Jones says, I want to extend Mike McCarthy. He makes no mention of anybody else on that staff. Nobody else. And I'm just going, what? How? How exactly? I don't know. Jerry's just... I respect the traditionalist side of him, but at some point you just got to let that go and say, we need a change. Bad. This ain't doing it. We're not pushing the barrier. We're not getting there. You know? And, I mean, I respect the guy for having patience and being hands-off, mostly. But once you start doing that, that's not a good look. Jerry. Jerry Springer. Jerry Seinfeld. Tom and Jerry. This man ain't thinking straight, man. I'm telling you. And it's costing the entire franchise. I don't know. Maybe he just needs to sell and just give it to somebody new. Just pass the baton. You know, and retire. Enjoy your time as a retiree. You know, you've earned it. You had a successful Dallas franchise. You've earned it, bro. Just enjoy your retirement, man. You don't need that stress, Jerry. Let somebody new take that on. Let somebody new take on those wrinkles, man. And the lack of sleep. And frustration and anger and anxiety that you feel during playoff time. I don't know. But yeah, I don't like the Saints right now. Not a fan of them. I will say I'm not happy with your Falcons for taking my Clemson players. I don't like that. But you guys know what you're doing with them, though. I do respect that. You guys know how to use them. I love H.A. Terrell. I vouch for Ray McLeod. I vouch for every Clemson player you guys have gotten your hands on. I'm a Clemson fan as well. So I respect it. You know, they're going to a good home. You know, it just pisses me off that we have our shot at them and we don't take it. You know, in Carolina. When we know it's the right fit. But, you know, management says, nah, we like this player better. It's like, come on. Whatever. Yeah, you're right. They tore up this team ever since the firing of Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, exactly. Ever since Jimmy Johnson. Facts. It has just gone completely to hell. And there's just no other way to put it. I mean, players have wanted out of Dallas. It's been chaos. Your favorite so far has been Rook or Roro. Yeah, I love Rook, man. I love Rook. You guys are gonna love Rook, man. Throughout his career there, he's a baller. Like, that dude gives 110% every time he steps onto the field. You know exactly what he's going to give you. You know, same with AJ Terrell. God, I was so mad when you guys got AJ Terrell. I wanted AJ so bad, dude. So bad I could taste it. And we had corner issues at the time, too. And I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh, man. The things that AJ Terrell would have solved here in Carolina, I'm telling you. But it worked out for the better because we got J.C. Horn, we got Mike Jack, you know, so we're happy with that. But it just goes to show you, man, you know, you got to have patience, you got to know when to jump on stuff and when not to. Sometimes it works out better later on. Sometimes it works better, you know, if you get aggressive. So, other times it's a real gamble. But it is what it is, you know. But yeah, I love Rook. Rook is awesome. Plus, you're gonna love saying that last name too. Row your boat. I love it, dude. It's a great last name. Yeah, we've seen a few players the last couple of seasons. I call them diamonds in the rough. Yeah, and I've met like all these Clemson defensive players that you're gaining. I met them in person. They're awesome people. You know, you might see them on screen. You might go, you know, check them out during training camp. But I mean, when you actually like go up and talk to them, they're amazing people, amazing human beings, and that's the Dabo Swinney's, man. Dabo Swinney's class. That's what he puts out there. Same with Gamecocks players, you know. As of lately, we love Gamecocks players up in Charlotte, and it's been working out. And as a Clemson fan, I mean, if it works, keep going. I'm a Panthers fan first. If it works, keep going. You know, keep digging from the well. We kept digging. We got J.C. Horn, so we got Clowney. You know, every one of these Gamecocks players has worked out. So like, except for the fact that we got CMC over Marshawn Lattimore, and I'm happy that we made that move. I'm extremely happy we made that move because CMC is way better than Lattimore on any given day. But hey, the more you know, right? But I mean, look at these KC scores though. It's the refs, dude. It's the refs. I dare anybody to tell me different. So yeah. Back to this San Francisco-Arizona matchup. I was looking at the Cardinals. They lost to us by 6 points. And then they lost to the Rams in back-to-back games. I mean, we got our win over those rowdy Cardinals, man. We got our win. And we made a statement in that game, too. In Charlotte. So, my whole thing is, how did they do against the 49ers the first time? Okay, so they won by 1 point earlier this year. This past year. How are the 49ers doing? I'm afraid to make this pick without knowing what the 49ers are doing. Yeah, this is weird. Niners, last time they won was against the Bears. Which, I mean, everybody's blown out the Bears by this point. So, not impressive, right? They lost to the Rams, 12-6. Lost to the Dolphins. I mean, Tua was playing that game. To be honest, I kind of expected that result. Because Tua, when he is playing, is a beast. You think San Fran wins this one? I mean, they did. It is 4:45 in the morning, so. You know, it's almost 5 in the morning, so my math is probably wrong here. But yeah, they played the Dolphins to within 8 points, and then they played the Lions to within 6 points. So I mean, interesting Niners team. Yep, CMC is hurt. Kittle is questionable. Okay, how are they doing what they're doing with all of those points? Ricky Parasol, maybe? Debo's out. Ayuk's out. So, I mean, like, how are they getting that many points? I don't get it. That's interesting. I'm going to go ahead and say the 49ers for this one. Because Arizona's been kind of a mediocre question mark. No one's really quite sure what's going on with Arizona. Then you've got Minnesota and Detroit to finish off the year. Both of these Titanic teams going full on at it for command of the entire NFC. I think it's going to come down to within 7 points. It's going to be a high-scoring game. It's going to be dependent on which defense is better. Because both teams are explosive offenses. Very loaded rosters. And just all-around mean and nasty players. Whoever doesn't win this thing is going to be facing this team again in the playoffs at some point down the road. And it's going to go the other way once you get into the playoffs. Who did I pick for that one? I actually picked Detroit. So I picked Detroit for that. If the Giants somehow miraculously beat the Eagles, which won't happen, then they're sitting at 5, we're sitting at 3. I doubt that happens, but you never know. This is going to be week 18. This is where a lot of sub players come in. How good is Philadelphia's depth chart? We're going to find out. Even as bad as they are, they still beat the Giants and their starters. That's the sad part. If you're a Giants fan right now, you're recognizing this, you're going, crap. Also, I see the Dolphins beating the Jets. But if the Jets do magically win this game, Jets are out of our hair. They're sitting at 9. If they do not, they're sitting right in front of us. Should we manage to win this game, ladies and gentlemen, we are sitting at 9. So here's the Jags, here's the Bears, here's the Raiders, here's the Titans, the Jets, and the Browns in our path to get the defensive players. That's a problem. That's a serious problem. I hope we don't get it. I hope we play smartly and we don't take this one. You called it, Ricky Parasol and Kittle until we get hurt. Yep. And it's that NFC West where nobody wants that division, bro. Nobody wants it. Nobody at all. It's so weird. Hey boss, it's been real chatting with you. See you in the bands. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man. Hey, are you a YouTube channel by chance? If you're a YouTube channel content creator, come on and join us, man. We're doing a live reaction on Sunday. We'd love to have you. You know, even for the post game. If you got content you got to put out, you know, I get it. You know, during the live reaction, but if you're doing like a video or something, you know, reacting to it, and you just want a post-game reaction, we're down for that too. You know, we love having people from other teams just jump in here and give perspectives on their teams too, you know. I'm 100% down for that. So, you know, especially if you're a content creator, come on in, you know. You know, chat with me first. I want to get to know you. I want to check out your content, you know. But before I let you jump in, you know, but I want to know who I'm dealing with, you know, before I let people up in here randomly. But But yeah, I'll check out your content when I get the time. I'll have a few minutes tomorrow morning. I'll see what your content looks like, man. And if I like what I see, come on in. You know what I mean? But if you're just like a regular fan or whatever, and I'm just talking like regular Falcons fans, like you're welcome on here too. Just don't be trolls. Don't be basement dwellers. Or keyboard warriors. Come on in, man. If you can debate healthfully and you can be kind and be respectful, kind of keep the trash talk to a minimum, we good, man. You know what I mean? Just keep a healthy conversation, just talk about your team. Let me hear what you got to say about them. Do you like certain players? Do you like, what do you like, about your team? So that's cool. Atlanta Falcons pandemic, count me in. I'm there. Been a fan since 1978. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yeah, I love that. See, that's why I stay up till like 5 in the morning for people like this, man, because I love this right here. This is wholesome. We get some content creators. We get all kinds of people, man. I love this. That are chill people, They're not coming in egotistical or any of that. They're coming in humble and they're kind, man. And I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'll check out your stuff, man. Hit me up on the Facebook group page and we'll link up. Yeah, for sure. I'll hit you up through your credentials too. But yeah. But overall, my final thoughts. Oh, and I forgot to. Did I ever pick a winner? Yeah, Detroit. Detroit's my pick for the Monday night game. But not by much. But yeah, Falcons pandemic. Hit me up through my socials, man. I'll flash them on the screen real quick for you. There you go. And I'll get back to you. I do have some stuff going on before the game, but if you want to jump in during the live reaction, just be in chat, let me know. It's going to get busy on Sunday, during the game, but typically it's been pretty chill. And I should be able to get you in without a problem. I work better through Facebook video chat, so keep that in mind. So if you have that would be great. Anything but Zoom at this point, because Zoom will only give me a certain time limit, to let people in, because I didn't buy the full thing of Zoom. So, but yeah, that's how we're gonna roll with that. Yeah, I'll contact you as well. And Panthers management, we'll talk. We'll talk after this game, Panthers management. Because I got a stream specifically designated for you, which is the State of the Carolina Panthers. 2025, we do this once a year, and maybe even twice a year. But yeah, management, I got y'all, man. I got y'all. We're gonna have a full on conversation about where we're at and what we need to do. But yeah. I just want to say thank you guys so much for all the support for anyone from the Panthers management, that's been checking out our channel. I greatly appreciate that. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I humbly accept anyone from the management checking us out, man. Thank you. If you are. Players, management, owner's wife, who knows, right? Anyone that's checking us out, man, I appreciate it. It's a blessing and a privilege to have you on board. And hearing what we have to say. Hopefully we can provide you with the best advice possible, to make informed decisions. We don't control the team. We don't control any part of it, but we can still offer advice. So that's what we do. That's what we do here. Take it or leave it, whatever you wish to do with it. So, we're humble. We're just a humble group, It's what we are. My goal is just to help out as many people as possible, in any way possible. And that's the biggest goal of this channel. Second biggest goal is Panthers advice, and third biggest goal is, becoming the voice of the Panthers, through healthy debate, of the fan base. And we feel privileged to be able to do that, and the fact that so many people have stuck by us, man, it's incredibly humbling, to know that so many people just really want to hear what we have to say and have stuck by us for this long is truly a gift. It shows that we're doing something right here. We're being heard, and that's what this is all about. I'm giving you guys a mic. I'm giving you guys a voice. Through chat, through Zoom, through Facebook video chat, through live streams, through whatever. I'm giving you guys a voice. You guys are being honest and respectful with it. You guys respect the platform. And I don't take it lightly. I don't take this privilege lightly at all. It's an honor and a privilege to do what I'm doing. Every day that I can get up and do this, I feel honored. And you guys are the reason I'm doing it. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. From right here to you. Been an honor. And it'll continue to be an honor for many, many more years that I can continue to do this. But, yeah, my thoughts for this Panthers game, just be smart. Okay? Be smart. Play Panthers football for 4 whole quarters. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't regress. Learn from your mistakes. And let's play an honest 4 whole quarter game of football. Can we, refs? Can we play an honest 4 whole quarters game of Panthers football? Can we do that? Or is that too much to ask? I think it is. But anyway, yeah. I want to especially thank the Tappers for staying out of the way and just having patience with this management and just letting them work. I think they see what we see now. They see that there's a vision here, there's a plan here. This isn't just random fumbling around anymore. We actually have a plan. We're not fumbling around in the dark looking for a flashlight, you know? We know what we're doing. There's a difference, you know? So, let's just continue to do that. Ugh, I gotta get out of here, man. But, yeah, y'all do what you do on Sunday. We're gonna get a win. At some point down the line, we will get a win. Even if we don't get it this day, we will. We will. It's coming. Y'all be patient. It's coming. That winning season is coming. Sooner than you think. Panthers fans. Sooner than you think. Keep pounding, crew. And I want to say thank you, Atlanta Falcons Pandemic, for subscribing as well. Appreciate that very, very much. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the family. You know, and we welcome all content creators from all 32 teams. All fans from all 32 teams. You know, we welcome everybody. So, go out there, tell your friends. Tell them what we do. You know, pitch it well. Advertise it well. Tell them what we do. You know where to find us. We ain't going nowhere. Not anytime soon. I can tell you that. I don't care if YouTube tries to force me off of this platform. I'm staying. For you. Because that's what I do. They sure don't like me using copyright stuff, but whatever. It's YouTube. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Much love and support. And of course, you know where to find me. There's the socials again. And I gotta get some sleep. I got stuff to do in the morning. Hey, shout out to A Fizzle Productions. Shout out to Chris Arcurium. Shout out to T Green. Shout out to Atlanta Falcons Pandemic. Or Fandemic, sorry. I don't know why I keep so wanting to say pandemic. Stupid 2020. Pandemic, stupid garbage. Anyway. I like the name though. That's great. It's creative. People aren't going to forget it. But, yeah. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel, and for the Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League app via the Yahoo Sports app. If you would like to get your hands on an intro like this, if you're a content creator, all kinds of stuff like that. Very patient, awesome to work with, and just awesome in general. So, Ty.Lindara on Instagram. Alright, that'll do it for me. That'll wrap things up. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Hopefully. But yeah, much love. And we'll see you guys next time. As always, stay happy, healthy, and well. And keep pounding. Peace. Good night.